Good morning, everyone. We are now on day 7 of Karen Reed, and we're going to get started right now. We'll see where they're at. And hold on here. So we are going to avoid long crime because we found a better source. Why is this thing not loading up? There we go. Wait, day 6. Hold on, chat. Why is it? Wait, is this only day 6? I thought it was day 5 already. Okay. Sorry. I guess it's not day 7. It's day 6. Whoops-a-doodle. So we are getting ready for that. So we have Ceiling Dion. The thrill of the ceiling fan. Yes. I bet it's going to go around, chat. Look. It just keeps spinning. It ain't going to stop. Good morning, everyone. I said, when's it going to stop? It's Sean School for kids who can't count good. Yeah. All right, place your bets, chat. Is it going to spin again? It's Fannie Willis. It's the go very old school. You could be like, it's yes. Oh, I know the Boston stream is half volume. That's something I already switched over, but we'll double check in a second. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Didn't realize I had that off. My bad. Sorry about that. My apologies. I thought I was on. So welcome, everybody. And if you guys are new, you don't know me. My name is Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I am an attorney over in the Cleveland area. And we are going to, we were supposed to be covering this trial, but everybody just kind of screwing around. Everybody just moseying around. It is day 7. Okay, why are they saying 6? Oh, they must have messed up online then, because this was a stripping screen. So, yeah, I just don't understand why it says day 7 here, but it says day 6 on the thing. Whoever's, because, like, look, when you back out, they call it day 6, and I'm like, somebody didn't get that right. So, and let's see. Long Crime says it's day 7, so I'm assuming they're correct. So, Hunter Logan says one was jury selection. No, one was no, because that wasn't counted because I mean I think you could have watched it, but nobody was. I mean, I know some people have watched that. I also know for like the Chad Daybell case, people actually watched jury selection. It's like, why? No, this was day 1 of trial. This is day 1. This is day 7 of the actual like trial. So, but yes, the fan. Yes, let's keep betting how long is it going to keep going. Maybe that would work once I go to sleep and wake up. I don't remember sleep and absolute blank. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of usually have that issue too. It's not that you don't dream, it's you don't remember your dreams. So Yes, you got to be mindful of the jury's time. Yes. Yes, that's always funny. Got to be a few packs of American Blacks. See, it's the thing is just you got to start talking. And I really, other than saying hi to 2.0, there's not a whole lot of, not going to just pick up Clyde and just like start talking to him for 5-10 minutes to get my system cleaned out. The power of the switch can control the power of the fan. Well, there it is, the string of destiny. That is what controls the fan. It is the string of destiny, and no one can reach it. No one has been able to reach it in years. The stories do tell of someone who could harness the power of the fan, but their feats have been lost to time. Now, you guys pulled a string, yes. Now, we need to get back to something, and everybody here, I know part of what we were talking about was how did things look when they found, because we ended with the picture of the car. All right. Now, I know on Twitter there were all these talks of like, oh, look, Karen knows she's fucked. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I'm looking at it and I don't. Anyways, we'll get to it in a second, chat.
Can we get sometime today, please? Can that be talk about it? Yes, please. Thank you.
They don't need to. Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable.
All right, here we go.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Flood County of Norfolk. Do I name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. On the state of Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jones.
Good morning.
This is better. It's a better start. I appreciate everybody being ready to start promptly today. I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
The only read I know is Karen. Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
That would be
Bring
hilarious.
Lieutenant Ray in, please.
That'd be so cringe, but I hope that happens. Your Honor, the only read I know is Karen. That should be like, go to fucking jail now.
The shall serve the evidence in the court and during the case now and here, and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant, Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up on the screen. And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video. With respect to this video, if you could just remind the jury where we are and what we're looking at here.
This is 1 Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass. John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play at this point. Now, Lieutenant Ray, while this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the rear area of the vehicle in front of your cruiser.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed.
Move to strike.
So let him finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
Yeah,
I have since reviewed this video, and I can tell that there is a.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Yeah, need to stop that.
Continue.
Now, during the course of
No, he's got to ask the question differently.
your well-being check, where is it around the residence that you know?
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and was seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were there, were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you at the residence doing this well-being check?
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds. You can stop it there, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that did you note within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there was 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that you noted that didn't? Anything on the ground beyond snow? Did you know?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Sure.
Now, sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave, are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a Ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6. If I could have video 159. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you this. Now, Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of One Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there. Okay, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 160. If you could just pause it for just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
that's me exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
Real quick, chat. Do we know what type of Lexus model this is? Because I want to get like an actual shot of like what it should look like unobstructed. Trenton, we haven't gotten to the medical examiner yet, so we don't have the cause of death yet. So that's not really that impressive yet. That's kind of normal. A 2021 LX 570.
Gilman,
Okay,
can I have exhibit 5?
we'll look at this in a second.
And from that, could I have video number 18? And if you could just pause it there. Lieutenant, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen now?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
one of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house, and I'm entering the frame on the left.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it.
LX 570.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 19.
They're showing the investigation, how they found things. And Melvin, I found LX 570, but I found other model numbers too, so that's why I was just double checking.
Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where
I also found LX 430 as an option.
It looks like I'm heading towards from this vantage point to the right, which if you look at the house from the front would be the left, to see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Guys, they're showing their investigation, how they did everything. Remember, you have to tell the story about how you came into everything when you're the state. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, we found stuff. You got to walk people through it.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down, and Mr. Officer, if we could have if we could have the light back on. Thanks, Rick. And Lieutenant Ray, just lastly, once you left the residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe we went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Swissgar. Thank you, Nick. Yeah. This is like watching Three Kings. Like, I want an Infinity convertible, and you're like, Infinity never make convertible.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Unity?
The defense has no questions.
Okay. You are all set, sir.
Yeah, there's nothing here of evidentiary value for the defense, so let it go. Yeah, no debating the yard. Okay to go inside. Yes. Oh, it says day 6.
next
My
witness,
apology
Mr.
there.
Allen?
Hold on.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
See if I spelled that right. I'm pretty good with my my Italian names. Oh, I said, take a lump, everybody. Put your money in the guitar case. All right, so I found some shots of the rears.
Your Honor, if
Which
I
I
may,
think
while
kinda
the
gives
witness
us a
is coming
look.
in, may we approach this,
Sure.
procedural thing?
Let's see what this looks like here. So the evidence against Kieran Reed right now is seriously, guys, this is like watching Three Kings, and you guys are like the Iraqi guys. There is no infinity convertible. All right, real quick, we're gonna flip over to these just to see so you can see what they look like. I'm assuming you guys have already done this, but yeah, here's the back end of a Lexus. Obviously, we need this. It's the wrong side, but I haven't found that angle yet. Or if you want this, I mean that's what we're looking at here. So if this is Kieran Reed's light, this is the actual corner of the car from looking down on the top, it looks like. So you're gonna see some clear there, but then the rest looks like it was obscured. But that whole light did not look like it was knocked out or missing. So yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna need a little bit more here because I don't, unless they're gonna show it, they found it all torn up. Squizgar saying what year? Per the Turtle Boy chat and LX 570. Okay. At 35 miles per hour, pedestrians have a 45% chance of being killed. Well, that also takes in the factor the idea you're not normally going to get sucked under the car or catapulted by the car. You're going to get kind of shoved. If she ran him over, though, like hopped the curb and landed on the body, yeah, that's going to squish people. So the best, the 2013 Hyundai Sonata GLS. Okay. It's a cringe shirt lady. Wait, who's got a cringe shirt on? One of the who's got a cringe shirt? Let's look back. Oh wow, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, you're wearing some Ralph Lauren. We get it. You're wearing Ralph Lauren. It's polo. Yeah, well, John. Maybe that's why John died, because the people in his family were tacky dressers. Participate Trophy Wife says, you know how you get to that speed in reverse? I understand that theory, but a Lexus can do 30 miles an hour in reverse. You can fucking hit. Saint and Placebo says, I don't understand where day 7 we haven't seen a clear photo. That's actually, I got an explanation for that. That's actually, there's a very good explanation for that. Remember, This is a story, and you're presenting the story as you come through it. Like, this happened, and that happened, this happened, that happened, boom, 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 boom. We're now getting to the point where John O'Keefe is dead. So we're now to the point John O'Keefe is dead. We're now at Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's house. We found Karen Reed's car. We're going to take your car. Why? Oh, because there's damage to the car. That's why we're catching up to it the rate we did. Remember, it's a story. You have to tell the story in the order things happen. We are narrative-driven people. You have to do it. Otherwise, it makes no sense. So that's why.
You solemnly swear to demonstrate the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. With that microphone, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
Sir, if you want that microphone to adjust around to whatever's comfortable, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And
Yes.
that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Catherine,
And how old are your 2 children?
16 and 13,
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
girl,
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have the 2 of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union,
And does your wife work as well?
correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Mikey's a good union boy.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the 2 of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And what are their first names?
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kurt Roberts, how do you know Kurt Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the 2 of you grow up?
Milton,
So you've known Kurt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
correct.
And you mentioned that, so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now,
Not in the laborers union, no.
as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what, if any, sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball. Soccer also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you live?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Furbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention.
Show counsel.
Why is this guy coming off as guilty? Because he's not a professional witness. This is probably
Okay.
like he's.
Just as far as
I mean, his friend has died. Now he's got to go on trial. He's got to testify in front of the whole freaking world. I'm sure this guy is not. This is not what he thought was going to happen, and I'm sure he is not ready for it. So yeah, I'm sure this guy just wants to be left the fuck alone.
specifically with reference to page, starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that briefly in a couple of minutes.
So I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right. So folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerata or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, before I do that, Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes,
And what do you recognize it to be?
text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit the report.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Camerano, bring your attention back to page 187 of that document. Do you see anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation? On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, so just from page 187.
My wife.
Your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? or you have to?
Correct.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Catherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this for the jury as well?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to page 188. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you. Right, Michael. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I think it's 48.
Yes,
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the page before you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife?
From within.
Oh, no, I'm communicating. Sorry, excuse me.
So there's a from and a to. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you. Is that correct?
correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down. And the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes, we did.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah. And again, sir, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The next green bubble, what, if anything, does that say? And who is it from?
From John. Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And that's your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is it say?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Yeah. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And the next bubble,
I know.
and who is that from?
From my wife, Kate.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. And the next bubble, sir.
From me, I am sure she is freaking out.
And if you could scroll down again, please. And the next bubble, sir, who is it from and what does it say?
From John. No doubt.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach John just a
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't.
Mr. Camerata, are you able to see without these lights on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to within the same exhibits, page 156.
Why are you worried that people are gonna start texting John O'Keefe? Remember, guys, you have to tell the story. So this guy's gonna say, "Hey, John and I were talking about X, Y, and Z. We need the backstory of what's going on."
On this particular day, January 28th, 2022, where was your wife that day?
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
Okay. And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to, at that time, what was her sort of typical work schedule with reference to weekends?
She worked weekend nights, her shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on Friday evenings, what, if anything, was it that you would typically do?
Friday, I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend, take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct. With at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee, typically on Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this exhibit, again, towards the bottom, is there an indication as to a conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
What are you asking?
May I approach, John?
Yes.
So what I want to direct your attention to is the bottom of page 156 here, as far as that box at the bottom. What, if anything, does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on the next page?
Myself and John?
And sir, if I could ask you to flip the page over to page 157. And Your Honor, with court's permission, could I publish this part of the conversation for the jury?
Yes. There's no objection, Mr. Jackson, right?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 159. And so, Mr. Camerano, again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as page 157?
Correct.
And you can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you,
Okay.
or if it's easier to see the screen, either is fine. But with reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, as if you could indicate to the jury again who it's from and what it says.
It's from JJ. How did Kara do, by the way?
And who is Kara?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And the next bubble again. I'm sorry. May I?
Take the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman. Turn on the lights, please. Thank you.
May I have just a moment with counsel?
Sure.
May I approach this to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
And
Yes.
just for the record, Your Honor, I would ask at this point to strike whatever, I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was did not.
Yes,
seem to be
it was an I don't know answer, so.
thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
My apologies. Directing your attention, Mr. Cameron, to what on 157 before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And so my apologies for that. But with regard to this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ. You guys around tonight?
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And with respect to that next blue bubble, who is it from and what is it say?
From me, Kate is working, I'm around, Madeline Michael is going to the loose to play with a friend.
And what is the loose play?
The loose is the elementary school.
Was there a play?
To play, there's a park down there, activities for kids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now. I'll text on my way back.
And could that be at the doctor?
Could be.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say?
Oh, Don. From me to JJ, everything okay.
And if you could, down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman. And again, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman. Again, fair to say that one's blank. So as far as no text, but may have been something.
Yeah. And go back to the microphone or.
So this come around and the next bubble has no text to it, is that correct?
Correct.
And now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
Absolutely. The next bubble below that green one, again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is a hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And where is it located?
Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. And the blue bubble on the screen, who is that from and what does it say?
From me to Johnny. I probably won't get to your house till 5:30.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Again, that green bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From Johnny. Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. And again, the blue bubble on the screen, who is it from and what does it say?
From me. I am leaving in 10.
And scroll down again.
Johnny. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Just for the noise.
Speak of the damn police.
Okay, sir. And the next green bubble.
Could you answer again, please?
Yes. From JJ. Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one last time, and that's, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
You're welcome.
Mr. Camerata, with regard to your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter.
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
I don't.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen Reed?
Yes.
Cad.
How
Cad.
did you become familiar with her, and who, if anyone, was she to Mr. O'Keefe as far as you?
John introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the
Blowing a
courtroom
back
today?
out.
Yes,
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
she's seating right there.
Okay.
No, just ask the record to reflect.
Guys, I'm serious when I say this. If we just brought in John O'Keefe and said, "Hi, what's your name?" "Oh, my name is, Mr. Camerata." "Okay, do you know John O'Keefe?" "Yeah, what happened?" "Oh, he texted me." "What did he text you about?" "Oh, something was up." "Thank you, moving on. Our relationship was bad." That doesn't help anybody. Because I'm going to want to know, and you're going to want to sit there and know, how the hell do you know John O'Keefe? Do you know him? You're his friend. What kind of friend are you? Are you really know him? Why would he confide this stuff to you? We've been friends for years now. We actually become very close. Our kids know each other. Our kids play together. We've confided each other about these things. Like, I talk about my kids getting into the great preparatory school, and John's like, fucking right on, brother. So you have to tell the story. You have to give the background, guys. It's not relevant, except it provides his knowledge and why he would even know any of these things. Why should you even bother listening to him? Remember, this is a story. It's just like a play, a movie, a book. You have to have some background to these characters. You don't just have people showing, Harry Potter just doesn't show up and starts going like hippity poppity hocus pocus. You learn about them. You learn about all the people. You learn about all the bad guys. It's like the Lord of the Rings. You learn about why there's the ring. You learn about who Sauron was. You learn about the prior things. You learn why Gandalf is Gandalf the Grey. You learn about why Saruman is white, but you learn about his whole past. So you have to tell the story, guys. I get it. It's you already know the story. The jury doesn't. So that's why we're doing this.
Identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
Year?
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
No.
And as far as you were aware, where Mr. O'Keefe
overrule
lived, did Ms.
me?
Reed live there as well?
Yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own, as far as you knew.
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct. Yes.
And would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And where would that be?
At the house. Maybe at Fields.
Now, with reference to their relationship, what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame.
In the time period around, say, the weeks leading up to January 28, 2022, what, if any, conversations do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Just regular guy conversations.
Anything specific that you can recall?
No.
Now, when you arrived at the house, or typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
In the driveway to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes.
When you arrived at the house, where did you go?
Into the house.
Yourself and your dog?
Yes.
And when you got in there, who, if anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Trials.
Excuse me?
English.
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just really excited for the girls.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
You got to imagine.
We went down to McCarthy's.
So
And
here's the thing. He is a union guy and John O'Keefe is a cop. I guarantee you they have a pile of the most racist memes imaginable.
That's CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's in Canton Center.
Athens.
And about how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's house is that?
5-10 minutes.
And is that somewhere that you're familiar with? You've been before?
Not frequently, no.
Now, with regard to, you know approximately what time you left Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy's?
They were in the house.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, with anyone else, were there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Now, prior to leaving the house, what, if anything, did you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to the vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me to, I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
And as far as snowstorm was concerned, what, if anything, did you know at that point in regard to that?
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
I may have just one moment, Ron.
Yes.
I'm just trying to remember which is which. With the court's permission, I would ask that Ms. Gilman be allowed to publish a part of Exhibit 6, which is the driveway of the ring video.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for video number 145. I'm sorry, if you could pause it right there. Mr. Cameron, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
myself and my daughter.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just before you hear, this is a laser pointer. You just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Cameron, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this. If you could just pause it there briefly. Now, Mr. Cameron, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house? You've been there plenty of times, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what, if any, sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, as far as, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic, up and
So there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left door.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
It was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what if any other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what if anything was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond that?
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
And at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now, when you walk into the garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
You're pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how we kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could.
The garage doors, they go up and down, up and down.
Your Honor, with regards
It's like
to
all I do is
the
win.
next video
Up,
that's
down,
not contained
up,
on
down,
this Exhibit
up,
5 from
down.
the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
Yeah, there was no objection, Mr. Jackson.
No objection.
Okay.
Because all you do is win,
Thank you.
win, win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, never get enough.
And Your Honor, for the record, this would relate to Exhibit 6 and it's video number 148.
Oh, hey, Juror
And Mr.
13. I
With
sent you an
court's
email.
permission, may I publish
Sure, I
that
sent you an email.
this time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Livin says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong stream. I'm not looking to buy a house." The hell was that? It was about last night. Yes, Le Mans start. Going McCarthy's get up.
What was just up on the video, sir? It's just up on the screen as video number 148. That was what you had testified to previously as far as moving the cars.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later on that evening.
Correct.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe from that video on the screen there was walking to the car, did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Yes.
And as far as what you observed in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
Yes.
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
Yes.
So it's January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, was Mr. O'Keefe someone that would typically wear a coat?
No.
And ever? That you can recall?
Never that I could recall.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish video number 149.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, for the sake of time, you can start. And yes, you can bring it down. So from that video, Mr. Camerano, what is it that you and Mr. O'Keefe are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
Now,
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
yes.
Thank you.
Now, at some point after you arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joined your group?
Kurt,
And that'd be Kirk Roberts, is that
correct.
And how was it that he came to C.F. McCarthy's that night, if you know?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what do you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy's?
He showed up, yes.
And about how long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Kurt show up?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
I mean, that's kind of
And
how
if
it
you
goes,
know,
man. You got to break
when
your
was
buddy's
it that,
balls.
At some point, you
Being a
indicated Ms.
fucking
Reed
woman.
appeared at C.F. McCarthy's as well.
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Ms. Reed?
I don't.
Now, with reference to that establishment of C.F. McCarthy's, are you aware, or have you become aware that there was surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes.
And you've seen some of that footage, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce and admit the surveillance video of C.F. McCarthy's as the next exhibit.
And there's no objection, Mr. Jackson?
There's none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tori. 55.
Now, with the court's permission, I would seek to publish portions of that video for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from that video, the first,
Like, how many Boilermakers did this guy drink?
the first video. If I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes or so. If you could pause it just there. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Camerano?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
C.F. McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that in.
These seats here?
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes.
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is? And so what I'm going to ask in just a moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play. And then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Camerano, you're directing with the laser pointer to the
Sorry.
screen. If you could just describe what you're directing.
That is me. And that is John.
And Thank you, sir.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this through the 9 minutes.
That's a tight little bar. Jeez. It's 2022. Where's your mask? They're not all masking. Are they all vaxxed? If I went into that bar and screamed, "Pat suck," how many people would try to attack me? Yeah, the sports bar. Brittany says the bar is a really weird shape. I've been there before. Cool. That's neat. That's a typical New England bar. Jeez. Just a freaking hole in the wall. Way to pass the fire code. Well, if it's old, maybe. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. You're in New England. All the building spaces are narrow. Oh, and it looks like there's more bar space on the other side of the cameras, like underneath me. I would never do that anyway. I would never degrade myself to do that. I would never degrade myself that way, iconoclast.
And Your Honor, for the record, I think we're at about 9 minutes and 41 seconds or so.
Okay.
So with reference to Steve McCarthy, you went there and had some drinks, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
Beer?
Is that sort of typical for the two of you?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of, was that from the tap, a bottle, or something else?
From the bottle?
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr. O'Keefe would drink?
Bud Light?
And do you recall specifically that's what you had that night, or that's just what you would typically have?
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
And if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your time at CF McCarthy's that night?
I don't.
As far as yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of in relation to each other how much you each had to drink?
Not maybe 6 beers.
And what I'm asking, sir, is it's not like, did one of you have 10 and one of you had 2, or was it sort of commensurate with each other?
Commensurate, one for one.
Okay. So essentially you're buying rounds as you go along.
Correct.
We want pussies. We were going.
Now, from your time at CF McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good.
So no arguments, no fighting, anything like that? You recall?
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take this down and go to the third video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6-minute and 10-second mark through the 7-minute mark. And when you get to 6:10, if you could just pause. Now, Ms. Cameron, I'm directing your attention to the screen, if you could, from the parties that were within your group sort of that night at the bar, if you could just direct the jury's attention to who was who or who, if anyone, you recognize in the video.
Kurt?
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Roberts has now joined your group.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it for me. Good, pause there, please. Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts, was he a beer drinker as well?
Yes,
And from a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into frame or coming to join your group?
Karen Reed?
And so from this, is this about the time that she entered the establishment or came into the bar?
She's dressed in black,
Yes.
like the Grim Reaper guys.
With reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at CF McCarthy's that night?
She was drinking out of a glass.
Okay, guys, I did see it. I was trying to hope we get a break here, but yes. Jeremiah Jordan, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate your support. Robert Lawrence dropping the 5 memberships out there. Thank you for that support. Thank you for your generosity. And then Obscure Destinations Outdoors for $2 says, thank you for being here, Sean. Well, of course. Of course. Nowhere else I'd rather be. Well, I mean, except probably on a beach. But other than that, yeah, I am here. So let's get back to this. I don't want you to think I'd forgotten you. I just was kind of waiting for a lull in the action here. So my apologies. But yes, you know who's dressed in black? Death. And there's Karen Death Reed. And look at her. She's all slender. She's like Slender Man.
And if you know, what if anything did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass? As far
Okay,
as
that would
straw,
probably
fluid,
cause a
anything like
fight.
that?
A straw, maybe.
And what, if anything, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
And as far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior days?
Yes.
Now,
Oh,
I'm sorry
beach.
to keep jumping back and forth between, but
Nice.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and let it run, excuse me, to the 7-minute. Now, Ms. Gilman, from this same third video in this exhibit of the CF McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark, pause there.
Yes, he touched the Grim Reaper, case closed.
And if you could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds. So just about 15 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down for now. So Mr. Camerano, you indicated that your son was at Luz Elementary School for a play of some sort. Is that correct?
He was for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go then?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else?
He was skating at a little party.
Well, let me ask you this. Was he a hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skating,
Skating, yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
And
The beer league
at some
hockey.
point,
Yeah.
at some point with relation to that, what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave CF McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to go get him.
And do you recall about what time that was that you left CF McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
And he's like, I was drunk. He's like, my damn kid. When I was growing up, my dad used to do that. He'd flood
Now,
like the garden.
From the group that you were
And we
with,
could
as far
skate
as
on it.
yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who,
Was
if anyone,
fun.
left first?
I believe Kurt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Kurt left?
Kurt just got up and left.
So sort of an Irish goodbye?
Yeah, Irish goodbye, yes.
That's something he's known for?
Yes.
And about when was that in relation to when you left?
Not too soon after.
I'm sorry, not too soon after or not too soon before?
I left after probably, I'd like to say 15 minutes after Kurt left.
So, why wouldn't you wear a hockey helmet?
Now,
Because it's not cool to wear a
with
helmet.
permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish.
Also, guys, Irish goodbye means
Okay.
you just like
So Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention
out the
to
door.
fourth
You don't say
video,
goodbye.
um,
I was known for that in college. I did Irish goodbyes all the time.
And if I could ask you to forward it to about 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
No, it doesn't mean you get beaten and then you leave.
Quickly. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just pause it there for 1 second. Now, Ms. Cameron, from you're looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman. Is that correct?
Yes.
You leave the bar
You know who
tab.
that person is?
Yes.
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
And do you know
Sully.
his first name or anything beyond just Sully?
Sully. I don't know his first name.
And how is it that you know him?
Kids play baseball with his son.
So in
You'd be like-
addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew,
We bet him, Sully and I fought a
Mr.
couple of
Roberts,
moolies
the other
outside
son
the
that
bar
runs
one
St. Mary.
time.
Correct.
and this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with the three of your kids.
Correct.
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be?
He just happened to be there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and just run to about the 20-minute mark or so. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could move that forward again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds. And if you could just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so just about 10 seconds or so. And so, Mr. Camerano, did you see yourself in that portion of the video?
Yes.
And you know what you were doing at that time?
Leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
And then you left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. Now, Mr. Camerano, you left there and went to pick up your son, is that correct?
Yes.
And following picking up your son, where did you go from there?
Back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that time?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter?
Correct.
And you recall approximately what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, you parked in the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up your?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Now, as far as from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see at McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned, or any damage or anything like that?
Everything looked normal.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to just publish another video or two from Exhibit 6.
Okay.
And at this time, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the driveway again, video 152. Ms. Gilman, you can stop still. Now, from that video 152 that was just up on the screen, sir, can you describe for the jury, excuse me, just as sort of what was going on in that video?
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline, and my son, Michael, was with me. Yes, all three of us.
And where did you go from there?
Home.
And when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. During the time that you were at C.F. McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye?
No.
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe and or Miss Reed that you were leaving to go pick up your son?
Yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give to you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the evening?
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what, if anything, was across the street?
There's another bar room.
Is that the waterfall?
Waterfall, yes.
Are you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to C.F. McCarthy?
Across the street to the left, if you were coming out of C.F. McCarthy's.
Walking distance, is that correct?
Correct.
And you leave, you get your son, you pick up your daughter at Mr. O'Keefe's house, and then you go home, correct?
Correct.
And when you get home, about how much longer were you up before you went to bed?
Wasn't up much longer.
And when you typically go to bed, what, if anything, do you do with your phone?
Put them on the charger.
Where's the charger located in reference to?
In the kitchen.
And when, following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
5:30, 6 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
And essentially one personal, one work, is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
One phone at that time.
Was that your work or your personal?
My personal phone.
And get up, you hear that, you look at your phone. What, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen and missed calls from my wife's work.
And when you say missed calls, are we talking about one call, several calls?
Several calls.
Any voicemails that you recall associated with those calls?
I don't recall.
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your wife at that time?
My wife said to me that John.
Okay, sustained.
Your Honor, may I reapproach?
Okay.
I kind of tend to agree. Now we're really kind of dragging stuff out. Yeah, so he's so drunk he didn't hear the phone several times. I hope the defense picks up. I think they will. I noticed that too. It sounds like these guys got tore the fuck up, which makes me wonder, this guy drove home? How did this guy get home to go take care of his kid if he's that sloshed? 6 beers in law for a professional drinker, but these guys aren't professional drinkers. Like, that would have put them over the legal limit. Yeah, they're not going to be falling down drunk or like want to take a nap, but I guarantee you they couldn't be driving.
So, Mr. Camerano, you call your wife, and what, if anything, is it in general that she tells you?
She tells me that John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that out?
She just she said she's received phone calls from
From whom?
Karen.
From Karen. And then based on that, you have a conversation with your wife about John's niece and nephew, is that right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes,
And so based on that information, what is it that you do next?
I realize that Kaylee's home alone, so I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick, what, if anything, did you have to clean off?
I cleaned the snow off the front windshield.
And again, you sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the condition of the garage doors at that point?
When I pulled in, I could tell the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or the one
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee. I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors, so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors at that point?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down. The door.
And at some point, how did you get the?
So there's a red rope. I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors. There's 2 side locks on the garage door, and I went out through the side garage door.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and you pulled into the driveway, do you recall how many vehicles were in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
And how many?
2.
And whose vehicles were they?
John's and Karen's.
And John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter there?
Same spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation to the driveway?
It was pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking
Correct.
about?
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on?
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not.
If I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from those first starting with video 155 and essentially just going to go 155 through 158. If you could pause it. And Mr. Camerano, you recognize what's up on the screen again?
Yes, my car.
And is this sort of when you're pulling in to get Kelly?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle. And is that essentially from what you observed there, that's where it was the entirety of the time that you were there?
Yes.
So nobody else came to the home during the time that you were there to pick up Kaylee and shoveling out the snow from the garage?
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it. Gilman, if you could play the next video, 156.
Car's locked.
Ms. Gilman, next video, 157. Lastly, Ms. Gilman, video 158. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
I don't know what that showed. Like, what
So,
did that
Mr.
actually
Camarano,
do
what was
for
just in
everybody?
those last 4 videos that were played before the jury? Is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. We get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they were hanging out.
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Camerano, just a few questions. You and your wife did spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you consider John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it was called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
I don't recall.
You remember being at an open house and a tour of Bishop with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and John's niece?
I do recall being in an auditorium. I do.
Yeah, big auditorium, big tour of the school.
Yes.
In hopes of all the kids getting in.
Yes.
Okay. To make sure it's the right fit for the kids.
Correct.
And Karen was there, sort of as a
She was.
matriarch for John's niece.
Yes.
Your daughter spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You
Correct.
liked Miss Reed.
Correct.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
You never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering. They would just banter together.
I guess so, yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids, like he wouldn't like that, stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe spoiling the children.
Yes.
A little bit.
Yes.
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
Correct. Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Ms. Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described a situation in which Ms. Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish he hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Yes.
All right. You would agree there are worse things in the world than spoiling a child.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll let it stand.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe even hint at the idea of breaking up with Ms. Reed.
Not that I can recall.
I want to turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video and you explained what was happening in the video where some cars were being jostled around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Ms. Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes.
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow. Is that right?
Correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes.
Oh, one of the guards had his radio on. See, if I was a
You
judge,
saw
I'd be
a
like,
video that
it's
Mr.
like a cell
Lally
phone,
played
take
for
it.
you of the moment.
Oh.
There are several videos, but I want to direct your attention or your memory to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind.
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct?
Yes.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Would you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
They kissed. Yeah.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hugged each other, correct?
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her?
Yes.
Okay. They seemed happy to see each other. is what I
Yes.
heard. You didn't observe while you were at CF McCarthy's with them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No.
As a matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing. Would you describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes.
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have here. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir. All right, jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
Jurors, if you'd fold and close your notebooks, placing them on their chairs, taking your belongings. All rise, jury out.
How did you see a blow in a back out? Wow, they completely skipped the swinging. Oh, there's swinging involved in this? Oh, surprised Nick isn't covering this. So yeah, guys, this is the problem. Like, you got to get through some of this minutia. And, like, this last little bit I thought was completely moronic. I don't know why we had it. But, I mean, yeah. Yeah, this is not, so. We got no fight with Swinger Lover. Yeah, that could have caused a fight. So, no, somebody mentioned the whole swinging thing. Brad saying they skipped the swinging. So, I'm just going off what Brad says. With that being said, though, guys, hold on. I wanted to get actually from the where's Karen? I'm trying to find. Yeah, never mind. I can't find it. We're just going to go ahead and use what we've got right here. So this looks like, I was going to say, this looks like Karen Reed's car to me. If I'm wrong, chat, let me know. Yes, did she order the code red? Yes. Did you go to the bar to meet your whores? Never heard any swinging involved in any headlines. Okay, well, all right. Well, this looks like Karen's car from what I can tell. So, I mean, from looking at it, when you see it from this angle here, this is the corner of the light. So, this is kind of like the corner of the light. So, when you're staring at it from the back edge, you're just going to see, when you're staring at it from the backside, you're going to see this white part, the clear part. At least, like I said, I'm going to see the picture of them taking this thing apart because right now I am completely at a loss. But it doesn't even sound like they properly documented taking it apart. So we don't know what it looked like when they found it or then when they tried to take it apart. That does look like a Karen mobile. Yeah, it's a very expensive Toyota. Yeah, it's an expensive Toyota. So was it the lower light or the higher light that broke? I think from what I understand, it was this bad boy. It was this guy that they removed. That guy is, yeah, that wouldn't have had a problem. So it was not this one, it was this one. Yeah, the lower light from the field trip was intact. I know, and I'm trying to find the actual footage of the Karen Reed field trip because um I want to see pictures of her, like the actual footage of that Lexus when people were filming it. Because that would be helpful for us to actually get a look at what, you know. Where, yeah, see, I can't, it's all gone now. That's great. There were some people who had taken those nice picture clips of what was going on. So, why is this not loading up here? Yeah, the light is the one on the right. I understand it's the one on the right, but we can't see that. Was this the dead dude's car? No, this was Karen's car. Karen was like a financial person, so she had a lot of money on her own. So he's got to get the taillight directly to the head while he's bending over, right? Bending over on his knees? I don't know. I'm not really sure. Long crime play clips of the field trip when it was happening. Okay, well, yeah, she did financial stuff. I forget it. Yeah, she was an equity analyst. There you go. Yeah, she's not a dummy. She's not a dummy. She's smart. She's smart. Let's see if we can. So yeah, I'm trying to find that other side. Like the pictures are showing the other view. Hold on. Because like even if you go on a Twitter and you're like, I want to find those tweets about her car. Well, where are they? They're like all fucking gone. Let me see here. All right, let's see if I can find it on YouTube. Let's see if we can bring this up. So I want to bring this up. I want you guys to see the exact part of the car. Yeah, Camerano's car is parked right behind her. And she didn't say, and he said he didn't notice anything about the car. Yeah, I agree. When he came in there, yeah, I didn't notice anything about the car. Can I turn this car view? No, I cannot. But I'm trying to find some video. Yeah, here we go. I think there's going to be a shot of it. Okay, this actually will help us here. Okay, so here we go. This is we're gonna listen to this real quick.
Reed's murder trial seized for themselves the SUV that Reed was driving the night her boyfriend, Officer John O'Keefe, was killed. The jurors also visited the crime scene.
And on the witness stand, first responders laid out what they saw the morning O'Keefe died.
A close-up.
Perfect. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Here we go, chat. This is what we're looking at. Okay. Okay. So this actually helps me here a little bit, try to figure some things out. Because now we got the other side to look at. And notice, all that snow, you could see the clear part, but you couldn't see the red part. And you wouldn't see the top red part because it would have been kind of around the corner. Okay, this helps me a lot. This helps me a lot. Look at the Land Cruiser. I understand. I understand the Land Cruiser. I wanted to see her car. I wanted to see her car, though. Just flip the image so people stop being dumb. Okay, well, I was trying to find the actual where it was sitting at the thing. You're surprised because it's a woman's car. That's all there. I'll move my head to the bottom corner. Okay, there. I'm in the bottom corner. I'm in the corner. The bottom. The bottom. The bottom corner. It's removed, but it shows us the piece they grabbed. This shows us what actually parts we're looking at here. So it's broken but not missing. I understand, but I think it helps just I wanted to see what the car looks like from behind. Her car looks like from behind at this time. I understand the cops removed the taillight. I just need to see it the way I want to see it. This is partially I'm a little spastic, guys, so I'm learning my own way here. That's why I'm doing this the way I'm doing it. Are we still? Oh no. They're still going, chats. Ceiling Dion is still going. Yeah, I know you guys can't see me behind the chat. I'm trying to figure out how to run this. You saw that we saw the car covered in snow. Here's the thing, though. All I saw was a car covered in snow. That doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't tell me anything because it's all covered in snow. I don't know what that looks like. I wanted to see what this is like in a sterile environment where it's not covered up. Because with the snow all over it, you can't tell what the hell you're looking at. And yeah, I'm Googling Karen Reed taillight, and it's not like there's not a ton of pictures. Like Toyota Corolla parts and Ford Runner parts. So then a bunch of pictures of Karen Reed, and some of these are not flattering to her. Like she needs to put some makeup on. All right. You want to see it from behind exactly what the detective wanted. Well, I kind of wanted to see this view just so I had an idea. Why is it the bumper damage? I don't know. I mean that is a good point. That crushed his skull. I don't know what their theory is. They haven't gotten to that point of what's going to happen there. It's the tism shining through, yeah. Now we can't see the top right because your video's covering it. I know, I'm trying to move around here. Why isn't it covered in John's DNA? Remember, guys, we talked about this before. DNA. I touch this right now. We'll go full screen on this. Touch DNA. Are there going to be fingerprints on this? Probably. But is it guaranteed? Nope. There are many factors at play that will determine whether or not you leave fingerprints. Same thing for DNA. Touch DNA does not necessarily mean you touch this. A lack of it. Okay? I've had, like I mentioned this before, I've had cases where the guy's standing there with a gun and there's video of him going like, boop, 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 boop. And you know what happened? He's covered in gunshot residue. There's no he didn't wipe the gun down, but the gun has no fingerprints and no DNA on it. Why? Because it doesn't always transfer. Now, yes, if you go yes, you probably have DNA then. But without it, a normal hand does not necessarily leave a DNA transfer. Now, you're also, that's a big thing there. Water does clear it, but if you're not touching anything. Harry Stevens says cops always tap the driver's side taillight when they pull over. It's leave their finger, like, that's an old wives' tale. Like, they've said that, but it's never guaranteed to work. How do you know you left a fingerprint? You don't always leave fingerprints, so it doesn't always work that way. Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex says, could you use luminol? I mean, you could use luminol, but remember, luminol isn't necessarily going to be helpful if there's nothing there. Coffee Ricada. So, but remember, we talked about this during the Michelle Troconis trial, which isn't too far away from here. With the luminol and the whole Castle-Meyer test, CAM testing, all kinds of shit shows up on there. Like turnip juice will show up. Anything with decent amounts of iron in it will show up. So, oh my God, the jurors, man, all these jurors are having to take a dump or something. So, yes, luminol, yes, these guys don't even have bags. Lord Inquisitor saying, should you at least try, though? Yeah, but you got to be careful because you might contaminate other parts of a crime scene. Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds here. All right, we're back. So the jurors are going out of the bar after this. I bet they are. Nick Fuentes went, come on. Yes, well, Nick Fuentes does Nick Fuentes stuff. Anyone knows how I enjoy looking at that mug? Shh. First of all, lower your voice. You'll lower your voice. I didn't have to go check on 2.0. I can do it from right here. So, does the judge normally allow jurors to go for a smoke during these breaks? I could see that happening, but a big thing nowadays, like most jurors don't. I mean, wow, God, the light's still shining bright here. So hold on. There we go. It's a good question. Most people don't smoke anymore, so it's not as big a problem. But if it was, sure. You pick up smoking just to get the break. I know guys when they joined the military, they did that. So they go to the smoke pit. Courses I've been to are smoke-free zones, yes. But where would they go? Well, yeah, I don't know how they would handle that because I haven't had that issue now. But I mean, probably back in the day that would have been a problem, but not so much anymore. Yeah, you got your pack of parliaments, you get your P-funks. But yeah, I could see that being an issue. Although I do remember stories of there was a judge who throughout the 90s into the 2000s, like into the mid 2000s, like 2005, 2006 timeframe, was still smoking in his courtroom. And he would go into during the day, he would go into the jury room and crack a window in his courtroom, and he'd go crack one of the windows, and he just right out the window. Didn't give a fuck. But yes, generally you can't smoke anymore. Or they'll have a little smoking area. Base judge. Yeah, he was pretty based. He was hilarious because he was an older guy. And the best part about him was you'd be sitting there and like let's say you got a guy who got stopped for having like loud music, or he got stopped for not having driver's license. And you come in with your client, and that's when I worked at the public defender's office in Toledo. But also, it's like there are times where I had clients I got hired for, and sometimes you get a DUI, and you're like, yeah, I was just driving down the road. He's like, was your radio on? And your guy would be like, yeah. And he's like, were you listening to music or were you listening to the Indians? And then he was an Indians fan. He's like, oh no, I was listening to music. He's like, the Indians weren't on. He's like, was it Bob Seger? Were you listening to Bob Seger? And every once in a while, like I had to tell people, I'm like, if he asks you what you're listening to, I'm like, yes, it was Bob Seger. Bob Seger was his favorite band. He loved Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet. So I'd say yes. And the one time I had a guy and he was like, who the hell Bob Seger? I'm like, just shut up and say yes. And that was one of his things. He's like always about where you listen to Bob Seger. But he was also a judge where, as far as being based, he had a sign in his courthouse. And actually, I'm going to see if I can find it. He had a sign in his courtroom, and it was a simple one. And it said, this is not a beach. Do not come in here with flip-flops or tank tops on. And he was very adamant about it. And he enforced that rule very, very much. Night Moves is a good song, yes. Night Moves isn't a bad song. Let me... Here, actually, I might be on here because... all those photos, because all my locations, albums. I wonder if it's in here, because I would love to show you guys, because it was fucking hilarious. I'll look for it while we're at trial. There was a Cincinnati judge who fined a female attorney for wearing a dress at the same sign. Yeah, I've heard those stories, and yeah, for women attorneys back in the day, there were all kinds of things like that where you have to, like, you're not dressed properly. It's like, well, but I am. And it was just, all that stuff would happen, and you're like, wait, what? Hold on now. But that's not as big a problem anymore, but it depends where you're at. Some places, there's all kinds of rules for things. Like, I do know for a fact there are like, for Virginia, when you take the bar exam, you have to be in formal attire. Like, I took the bar exam and, like, with t-shirt and shorts on and, like, wool socks, because it was bitterly cold outside. But, like, yeah, I don't. It all depends where you're at. Depends where you're at. Robert's saying dress pants. Why would they ban about that? Because that wasn't proper attire for ladies. Ladies will wear skirts or dresses. There are some judges, older judges, who are like, no, that's not proper for you to wear pants or a pantsuit. I said pantsuit, not pantsuit. We're not gonna don't call up Ethan Ralph on that one. Oh, I got a voicemail. What the heck is this? Refresh. Don't forget, I love trains at Sanichu. I am not a FOMA. I am not a foamer. If I say it enough times, maybe you guys, maybe the world will understand. I am not a foamer. It's just like this is just like the Nutty Professor. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's like, I am not a foamer. I'm not a foamer. God,
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Miss Catherine Camerano.
Oh my God, really? Got called Kathy. She's probably be like, yeah, I think Karen's a bitch. Okay, now I'd be like, oh my God. Kill us now, please.
Step up. Repeat your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case that are hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just slide right up and close to the mic.
Nice and close to that microphone and speak nice and loudly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Wiley.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Catherine Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, you live?
Fucking 10 head, Jesus.
My husband,
Christ.
Michael, and my two children.
Yeah, exactly.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And starting with the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And the 13-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
boy.
And as far as activities are concerned with your kids, do they play sports or do they do other sorts of activities?
They play sports. Yep.
And which sports does your 16-year-old daughter play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but mostly soccer and softball.
And your 13-year-old son, what, if any, sports
Hockey,
player does he play?
hockey and baseball.
Now, do you work, man?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been working as a nurse?
21 years.
And your husband, does he work?
He does.
And what does he do?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he been doing that?
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years, actually.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Married?
Now,
20 years? 20 years. 2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
And starting with the Friday of the 28th, were you working that day?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
And around this time of January 2022, when you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like a Friday night?
Friday night, they went to Johnny's house a lot, and the kids hung out, and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
Now, starting with Johnny, who you referred to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know John O'Keefe?
My husband got introduced to him, and then the girls started hanging out probably 2018, fourth grade. The boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to his niece Kaylee and your daughter, how do they know each other?
They first met on the soccer team, probably soccer. Yes, they met soccer fourth grade, or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline. Basketball team, fourth or fifth grade. And then quickly by the fifth, sixth grade, they were like best friends attached at the hip.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew Patrick, in relation to your son, were they the same age as well?
They played baseball together.
And outside of baseball, were they friendly as well?
Yes.
And so a typical Friday night would be you were at work and your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Correct.
You knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
And where was that?
On Meadows Ave.
About how far away from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on one Meadows Ave?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
So fairly short distance?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th, you were at work and do you know what sort of the plan was with reference to the rest of your family?
Michael, my son was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were gonna hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were gonna potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee,
Mhm.
what, if anything, around, specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them in their school?
They had just got into Bishop Ian High School that day.
And at this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th, they were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop
Mhm.
Ian, and got their acceptance letters that day.
Yep.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
Now, at some point, well, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, I'm using it plural, as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his kids and he have with regard to
I worked weekends and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together. It was like a well-oiled machine.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, at some point did you come to know someone by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
She was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Probably 2 years.
So
Right.
sometime during the COVID pandemic, you met her?
Yeah. Yep.
She's asking them for the answer, right?
As you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
And so during the course around this time of January 2022, general time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
We're just dragging on here, guys. This is
And
sorry.
so
This is
typically when
garbage.
you would see him, would that be sort of
445 people here, guys. Thanks for being here.
Oh.
house, your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games.
Hey, Jeff. How you
anything.
doing?
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and
Me and my
Ms.
husband
Reed
and my
were concerned
forever
with
as
regard
friends.
to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization?
Thank you so
did
much
have
for
sort
being
of
here,
outside
guys.
of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
Just weird.
About how often would you do that?
Well, the kids were around mostly, but maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And Do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
If you want a link, I could send you one. I know you're probably working though,
And
so
at some point,
it's okay.
You're still at work,
Orchestrating more
working
ship
overnight, is that correct?
accidents.
Yes.
And the rest of your family, being your husband and your kids, they came
Mhm.
home at some point.
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house, so I know when somebody opens the door. I can check at work, and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed, and if I
does look
usually
like
don't
Rich
allow
Moss without a beard.
sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless.
Going to bed. Well,
you.
good night, sweet prince.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when she called you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "Where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Now, you're at work and when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning labs, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m. Somewhere early
As far
morning.
as this sort of screaming, as far as "Where's Mike," what, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
That first call? I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes.
And ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a document before you.
Mhm.
I'm going to direct your attention to this second paragraph on the page. If you could just read that to yourself.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know if that was the,
Anything further, may I approach
Yep.
this with you, John?
Yes.
oh, yeah, sorry.
And so, Ms. Camerano, after reading what I just placed before you, is your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you heard in the background of that
Yeah.
initial call?
I could hear Kaylee in the background.
And you hang up on that call, and then what did you do?
Call Michael. And
At any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times. Did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he never answered. No.
And so after you called your husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do then?
I called either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background, that someone had called Jen too.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kaylee, correct?
Yep,
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background.
yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone,
Like it sounded, sorry,
no. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her sort of voice on the sideline.
Yeah, yep.
Did you know her personally at all?
I knew her as Madeline's coach.
And at some point you were talking to Kaylee on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you were saying to Kaylee at that time?
I was just saying to her, is everybody okay? And she said they're gonna go out looking for him. I think she said they were gonna go out looking, or she went out, she's gonna go out. No one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her. And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Kerry. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
There's no point in objecting to that because it's kids'
The
message.
second phone call, you're
Those
talking
messages
to
aren't
Kaylee,
relevant,
you
so
could
you're not
hear
going to object to
the
hearsay
defendant
there.
Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you hear one side of the conversation or both sides of the conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I don't really recall 100%.
But as far as the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation, in addition to that, do you recall?
I don't.
And while these phone calls are going on, again, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation to your job while these phone calls are going back?
I'm trying to like in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out to the desk, out to the patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone, and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe sort of her, and by her I mean the defendant's demeanor while you heard her on the phone?
She was just like frantically screaming. Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now, during this time, you're working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and forth with these patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to speaking on the phone with the defendant and then with Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to or did you talk to that morning?
I talked to Carrie Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't know if I called her, she called me, and she said that I think that he was going to the hospital. And then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Carrie Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Carrie Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin. So I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
Just one moment, John.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 48. And before I do that, I just need to show counsel what I'm showing you. May I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that box, white box sort of towards the top of the page, you see a listing as sort of participants of that conversation.
Yes.
That's a text conversation.
Yes.
And who is sort of listed as the participant within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
And is JJ another sort of name or nickname for John O'Keefe?
Yep.
And the content, there's two blue bubbles on the bottom of that page. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize the content of those bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
My text messages to him.
Those are text messages you just testified about as far as sending to John that morning.
Correct.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And about what time are the two text messages sent to Mr. O'Keefe according to that document?
5:10.
May I approach this to retrieve, John?
Yes.
Mhm.
Four and 47 people here, guys. Thanks for watching. Yeah, we are in the middle
Now,
of
Ms. Camerano, you had
this.
mentioned in your testimony that
I don't
you
get it.
had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, ma'am.
Mhm.
Ask that you look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yep.
And that document, do those seem to reflect the calls that you have between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure. Could I please see that?
Ooh, that was a little Why are they? That was kind of a late objection. I wonder what that's all about. So, yes, now we're getting into the conversations between her and Karen. There were some questions I wanted to get to real quick. KJ said, remember 3 months saying, not money. Well, thank you. Unknown Hero for $2 says, I'm going to come all over that 5 head. And Pseudo Snark for $2 says, thank you. Any free /$2 advice on law review writing on? I don't know where you're at, but it's going to be very highly political, despite what they'll tell you. It's all about who you know and who your friends are. And Pseudo
Ms.
Snark, send me
Camerano,
an email.
from
We could talk
that
more.
document, does that seem to be
Or
the,
get a hold of me in Discord. I'll
phone
talk
calls
a little
and
more
timing of the
offline
phone
about
calls between yourself and Ms. Reed that morning?
Okay. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to see introduced in a minute, the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I'm showing that to you, which now been marked as Exhibit 51. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would request to publish that to the jury on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could please just see if you could enlarge that just a little bit.
Mr. Lally, keep your voice up and step aside so all jurors could see this, please.
Yes. Just before we get to what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 51?
Yes.
No, Ms. Camerano, starting from sort of as far as the order of these, do you see sort of to and from and sort of date times on there?
Yes.
And does it appear as if the earlier times are sorted towards the bottom and then it goes on in time and chronology towards the top?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll to sort of the bottom of the box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of.
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano, answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
And the box above that, number 5.
It looks like I called her at 4:56 on 1/29 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 4, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
You can take that down.
Thank you.
Now, with respect, Cameron, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you had with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Cameron, I'm showing you a document, asking if you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yep.
And do you recognize what that what's in that document?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also, similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes.
And who does it state?
It's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll multi-seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
Well played.
Ms. Camerano, returning what's now been marked as Exhibit 52 to you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Camerano, if I could direct your attention to sort of the content of this, there's blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from and who the message is to?
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it, as far as who the text is from and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And this next bubble.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next bubble down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
And if you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Kerry and Jen.
And this is the text that you received from
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
I can't read that from there. 5:53, does it say?
5:53 a.m., is that correct?
He's doing a pretty good job for like her first time up being in one of the biggest murder trials
5:53, yes.
this state has probably seen since Sacco and Vanzetti.
Okay, is
Ironically,
one
in
of
the
them
same
driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting. Ms.
I'm
Reed.
texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving? And then,
And why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
because she was so hysterical, I didn't want her driving.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message. And what, if any, responses you received from Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, scroll down to the next.
And I said, okay, keep me posted.
Gilman, if you could, scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down, and then what, if any, response did you receive from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those texts?
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, W. Bridgewater.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The next message, ma'am.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm just brainstorming.
The next green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
And that was a text you sent at approximately what time, ma'am?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next. And what was Ms. Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from
6:34.
Ms. Chairman, if you could scroll down. Yeah,
What, Karen? Are you serious?
that's a blue bubble, your response to the last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Chairman, if you could scroll down again.
And then Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Chairman, if you could scroll down one more time.
He was in the snow.
That last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at 6:36.
Ms. Chairman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, if you could go like that. Thank you. Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kelly, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination?
I don't think it's going to be super in depth.
Mrs. Camarado.
Hi, how are you?
Oh yeah, it's going to be quick.
To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right?
No.
All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Kurt Roberts to the stand.
Oh my! Really, we're going to call everybody at the bar? Jeez. This is getting nonsensical now.
Do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Just nice and loud into that microphone, thanks.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
Jeez.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how
Strongest
long have you
accent
lived
of all.
in Canton?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I think about 18 years.
And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me? I didn't-
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to you?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since sixth grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your two children?
Yes, he is. I believe a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of, like, not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes,
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff.
same baseball team. Yep.
So all three of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
he did. He did. He moved to
Moved to?
One Meadows,
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
probably 2 or 3 miles. A lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John.
Okay. Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Okay. Okay. So, with respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
See right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification. Identify
Yes.
the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No,
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
no,
Now, with regard to that particular evening, on January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point Mr. Camerano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
they did.
And what was that, in regard to, what was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center, and they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy, and I, sorry, I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Fair enough.
So I had to go up there, and
Do you recall who it was that called you that?
it was Michael Camerano.
Let the record reflect. Okay. You receive that text and you go to CF McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Canton Center.
Yes.
And about how far a drive is that from your house to CF McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the bar?
Walk in the door, go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar. And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano?
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes.
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was a Bud Light.
Do you recall whether that was draft or a bottle or something else?
It was a bottle.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying attention to that, but that's what they normally would drink.
Now, with the with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to CF McCarthy's video.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video. And if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds. If you could pause it there just for a moment. Now, Mr. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of C.F. McCarthy's on January 20th?
Yes,
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were there?
yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video, is that correct?
Yes,
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35. Pause there just a moment. The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
So that was about the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just continue with another 30 seconds. Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts, there's another individual around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now. Yes.
Okay. Who do you know him to be in relation to sort of yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined your group?
Karen Reed.
And that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes. It was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. If you could just pause. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at C.F. McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped them by a round or something?
Sure. Yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Miss Reed, is that something that she would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
And about what time was it again that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So.
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But when we walked out, me and Michael came around, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him. That's all.
So you sort of exit, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here as Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds. And thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left. During the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing,
no, they're having drinks. Case closed.
No arguing,
Seriously.
no anything.
No.
Oh
As
my
far as
God.
the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you've already said it, but about what time was it that you got home?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was that?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming in, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making your way to bed?
The wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
At some point, the next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic it wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything as far, you couldn't make out the words?
I couldn't make out no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I'd say 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course she goes.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
And when you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expound upon that as far as what you
It was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
Said, John's missing and I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
And from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital. And she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
To clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Now, when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot. Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock. I don't know exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
A.M.
8 a.m. If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is just
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
oh
All
my
right,
God.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
Jesus Christ, there's actually going to be questions for
Mr.
this
Roberts,
guy.
you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to C.F. McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe
John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall,
Did you
no.
ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yeah, it was maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you?
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
You
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I
what
don't.
the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any.
All right.
Any.
It seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think.
Both times?
Maybe. And she,
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's usually my wife does that. So I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And from your observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you had come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say. Maybe.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, so Karen had vodka and drove that night. Yeah, I don't think it's clear to know what she had. Yeah. Remember, they did open this door. Yeah, I don't know exactly what we're gonna get into here, but yeah, I think this is they're gonna make some hay with this. But oh my god, this has just been like like I get the first guy. The first guy's critical. After that, there was nothing from the woman that made it more likely or less likely Karen did anything wrong. Or right, legal or illegal. They literally burned half a damn day with these people. This is just garbage. This is just absolute garbage. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you guys better information than that. 440 people here, guys, please. If you enjoy this, please click the like button and, share it, subscribe, go tell your grandma in the nursing home, Grammy, Gam, you got to listen to this guy. He's brilliant. But what are we doing with this? You don't need the woman. This guy makes sense. Yeah, he's making some sense, but yeah, I think if they're trying to get to the point she's driving drunk, which then gets them to the OVI and their manslaughter charge, okay, maybe. Yes, I'll establish she hangs out with casual drinkers. Yep. I just...
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you. From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Ms. Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Ms. Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Traers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as a bartender?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is the Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically finish?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on kind of thing?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts that you work, about how many people, or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
And what kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over? Or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the waterfall in that capacity around or on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yeah.
And is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there?
4.
And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come in?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front, where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top table?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant to serve food?
Mm-hmm.
And is there sort of a, how is that staffed as far as the kitchen staff is?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. It's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you do?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
4 questions. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that the waterfall has, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a Restaurant Depot.
And is there like a certain type of, well, let me start back. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically be? What kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
Now, on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were just describing that band would typically?
Please just kill me.
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band
Why?
is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now,
Why? I don't care about the bands. Just
with respect to the waterfall, are you familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
No, I want to
And as
jump
far
out
as
a
the
window
cameras are
right now.
concerned, do you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior.
Okay, no. What I hope happens right now is an asteroid hits the entire town of Canton, Massachusetts, right in the middle of the courthouse. Just whoosh. That's what I hope happens. Just everybody needs to go away. This is horrible.
Cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from?
I'll
from
be
that
fine because
particular
they've made a
evening?
decision, but Jesus, it's dragging on.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit a copy of the surveillance video from the waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for just the first video with the label as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, Ms. Traers, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and for the bar.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel. And if you could just pause. So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mm-hmm.
So basically all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks. Okay? So again, what's up on the screen right now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find it right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
Yes.
And the high tops and low tops, if you could direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, or sort of where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts out there.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the bar area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down. If you could, please go to the 6th video listed down for channel 3. And if you could pause there for a second. Now, Ms. Trey, directing your attention up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this to be the waterfall as well?
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29:12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that or what, if any, difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier about 10:30 p.m.? So,
This one's brighter.
and why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
So you would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Cleaning up.
Beating John O'Keefe for the glass.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to
Oh,
just forward to about 15 minutes and 45
it's closing
seconds.
time, though. It's closing time at midnight.
And Ms. Treyers, from the date and time stamp up there, about what time is this? Does it say on the screen?
And I have a lot of hair on my back.
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point, so about 16 minutes and 8 seconds. Pause there just a moment. The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area. Is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention to where that front door is.
Right here.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Okay. Who was
Yes.
that?
That's me.
You were basically taking the trash, correct? Yes. Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16. You can stop it there and you can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay. First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple of times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
And do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 28th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you want, so that microphone, you can move anywhere, or wherever is most comfortable. Thank you. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
So you always had a girl.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not true.
Mhm.
Now, with regard
Trying to point out.
to Christopher Alwood, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
And Mr. Higgs, is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
I may have just one moment.
Okay.
Now, at some point following that evening of January 28th, do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video, but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I approach the witness? Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you 3-page documents, just ask in general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously you work at the waterfall, you've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yeah.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry, was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with respect to the receipts that I've placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, it's almost like they're almost going to take their break, and this is just, this is horrible.
And Mr. Ayers, just one last question. With regard to some of the people that I'd asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the waterfall?
Prior to the waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton.
Mhm.
I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family, correct? You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
Said overruled, so you can.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know, either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously, you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and I'd say 3, or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names at the moment.
You know their wives by face?
Yeah. And then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when you've been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct.
So, Ms. Gianetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Treyes, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2, and jurors will take lunch.
Okay.
Oh, so we're at lunch.
Jurors, if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you. All right, jury out. Beautiful.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What? We got.
All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Oh, chat. Well, there we go. So, oh my gosh, that was a waste of time. That was a waste of time. What did we gain from that? Yeah, so we had to prove no one in Canton cares about drunk driving. Stealing Dion, yes. What did I miss? Not a whole hell of a lot. Not a whole hell of a lot. What has the state proved? At this point, guys, they haven't proved a whole lot. Remember, they don't have to prove everything right now. They have to prove everything by the end of their case. So for right now, it's kind of okay. It's kind of okay. And yeah, this is just... Ugh. But there was a band, I know. I'm a fan of the big fan. It's a big ass fan. Does anything happen today? Not really. Not really. Drunk driving, yes, curbs are meant to keep you on the road. Yes, I've actually made that argument before to a prosecutor. Prosecutor's like, your guy was running up against a curb. I'm like, and the curb did its job. It curbed his travel and contained him on the road. They didn't think it was that funny. I thought it was hilarious, but you know, it doesn't help when the police stop your guy and they open the door and they're like, can you step out of the car for us, sir? And he goes, boom, right onto the ground. Jim, you're saying, let me guess, Brian Higgins is the ATF agent who was in the police station at 2 a.m. I was screwing around with Karen previously. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that he was screwing around with Karen, but dang. I did not know that. Yes, shout out to Curbs. And Renee Miette saying, ask me anything. I live close to the town and know the incestuous relationship between the businesses and police families. Well, here's the thing. That I'm not trying to be a smartass about this, guys, but this is like a lot of cities in America. This isn't. You pick any of the suburbs around Boston, you're gonna find this. You pick suburbs around Cleveland, you're gonna find this, or Columbus, or Salt Lake City, or LA, or Portland, or Austin, or Birmingham, or Orlando. You know, New York City. You know, maybe even out in like Keehawville, Iowa. It happens everywhere. Yeah, or Des Moines. Yeah. This happens everywhere, guys. So this isn't that unique. It's just We're only knowing about it because we learned about this town, and then all this nonsense happened. Yes, Massachusetts has had issues with law enforcement. I'm just trying to say, like, let's calm down. Like, it's not the most unique thing ever. It's kind of run of the mill. That's all I'm trying to get at. That's all I'm trying to get at. My chattel. My precious chattel. Yes, the Stadies. And yes, The Departed was not, it was partially true, but it was partially, partially fiction. Cop bars are filthy with cocaine, yeah. Why does this trial seem like an adult film where they never throw the money shot? Because you already know the money shot. And that's part of the problem. You guys literally know everything about this case. You know all the stuff the jury's never going to hear. You know every single facet and piece of this case. It's like that taillight shattered in a million pieces. You know every single sliver of glass. You know every single sliver. And well, it's because you guys are, I'm yawning because you guys are yawning. So don't yawn. It's contagious. But you guys know every single sliver of glass. And you've already put it together. So that's why for you guys, this seems like it's not working. And that's why it seems like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. Well, and for me, I don't know much about it, but I know enough. And thank you, David. Coming off the top rope with, well, actually. But you guys already know every little piece. You know, all the pieces, all the narratives, all the stories. You know, you guys know everything. You know, and you guys know a bunch of stuff they're probably never going to get to know. And I would argue rightly so. We don't want all kinds of crazy stuff out there in trial. So that's why I would just caution you guys, like, just hang tight there. Dave says, hey, don't give me that bullshit. I thought we were Ohio bros. We can still be Ohio bros, bro, but we're not big on actuallying people here in Ohio. McKinley says, what? I'm not a member anymore. My credit card got hacked. That's why. So sad. Under review says, we knew how the Titanic ended too, but at least they tried to spice it up a little bit. Yeah, but this is different. Like, you guys all know it. And there's so many debates about what's happening. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. So, says the lawyer. Yes, says the lawyer. That's what I do. I says things. Yes. That's part of my job, is to be a lawyer, is be inconsistent and combative. That's my job. You're watching a movie 12 Monkeys? Yes. Good movie. Are you going to tell me there's a Karen Reed tie into that somewhere? So, I mean, we're really not going to know anything until we really need to see the car, the back end of that car, where they have it in the garage. Like, what's it look like? What's all the stuff going on? We don't have a picture when they towed it, which is stupid, but your job is, well, actually, but even in more words. I know, but this isn't my job right now. It's like asking a mechanic, hey, man, you want to come work on my car in your free time? Most of them say no. Oh, Wisconsinably is saying, very important. My name is Sean also. And yes, I spelled it the correct way. Well, that's good. You gained some points. Wisconsinably coin is on the rise, chat. I just want to see Karen's ass. Yes. That's what I want. That's totally what I want. Then do you donate the super chats to your charity? If not as part of your job? Well, it's a hobby that is starting to become slightly lucrative. It's not to the point where it's my job. I wouldn't mind it if I did this all the time. But for right now, it's not happened. Great Success says, who goes to Aruba for vacation? Millionaires? Yeah, I mean, or, high school seniors. Natalie Holloway. Am I going to tell you this is Never a Law channel next? Yes. Yes, the Northeast is overflowing in Sean's. Oh, I guarantee it. You throw a rock and you go to Boston, you throw a rock, you can't, you'll hit 2 Sean's. I don't know why I'm yawning. I actually feel like really good. Oh, God, don't pull a Ricada ever. No, I'll quit before I do that. I would quit this before I did that. And, oh, my gosh, it is so beautiful out. Hold on, chat. I'm going to take advantage of this. Like, all the sunshine in. Like, it's beautiful here. Oh, there we go. There's a breeze. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, this has always been a foaming channel, yes. Oh. You're too good of a lawyer to do this full time. Okay. I appreciate that, but yeah, and I'm serious though, guys. It's beautiful out. Like, what's weather say? What's the weather? Where do I have? Oh, it's 72. 72 at the airport. Okay, nice. Nice. Oh, but Thursday it's gonna rain. Friday it's gonna rain. Oh, that's not fun. That's what's going to get set up in a stream for after lunch. No, we're going to hang out here. I mean, we got till 48 minutes, chat. Can we meet the goal? Or we stop at 2. Oh. Well, guys, you know what? Actually, I think I might do, you know what? Do you guys promise to come back? Oh, let's just watch the video of the DA spurging out. Oh, yeah. We actually do some things we can watch here. Ceiling cat alert. I didn't do that. Oh. It's vest time. Yes. Yes. Ban. All right. So let's see. There's actually some stuff out there from, let's see here. The DA. Okay. Okay, so this is the DA for Norfolk County. Norfolk County. Oh, guys, we're catching up to CBS Boston. That's right, chat. Emily Baker, the 20,000. Holy shit. We're getting blown out of the water, chat. All right, so here we go. This is the actual district attorney.
First statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Campton the night he died.
How do you know that?
Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that his phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative. Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up.
Have they?
They are not suspects in any crime.
Have they?
They are merely witnesses in the case.
Are they?
To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed and intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack. A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested in this case to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury. And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road, was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested, Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness. and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now.
Only one side's entitled to a fair trial.
I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Well, do they really need to stop, though? Need to stop. I mean, is that... Yeah, stop it. That is the DA. That was the DA for Norfolk County. Oh, what's his name? Oh, I don't know. Michael Morrissey. Michael Morrissey. Then also provided by Luke, there's a little bit more information out there. Here.
The lawyers in the Karen Reed murder trial just outside of Boston, they got themselves 11 of the 16 jurors that they need. And if those people have not been following this case, they have no idea what they're in for.
Yeah.
Karen Reed is the Finesse O'Keefe, a longtime Boston police officer. It happened back in January of 2022, and ever since then, the investigators have been building their case against her. But the doubters have been getting louder and
The
louder.
detractors of the state.
The investigators say that she backed over her boyfriend after a drunken argument and then left him to die in a snowbank outside of a house party. But Reed's defenders say the evidence does not add up. They say the victim's injuries aren't even the kind you get from vehicle
See, this is a better view than they took. The police took. Jeez.
impact. And they claim the investigators planted evidence at the scene. Evidence like fragments of a broken taillight from Reed's SUV. None of those defenders is more convinced than that of my next guest. Sean McDonough is a retired DEA supervisory special agent who's investigated this case on his own, pretty much full.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not listening to that part. We're going to skip him. Stop making me look... Yeah, DA's like, stop making me look bad! I'll give 50 subs right now if you say screw Karen and find a more entertaining trial. There is no more entertaining trial. Chad Daybell's even fucking worse. We're not going there. Was that Ashley Banfield? I think so. But a lot of CNN people have gone as News Nation. The squid for $10. Stop it, guys. Stop! I'm being real super serial here. Man Bear Pig is real, and Man Bear Pig says she guilty. Yes. No, you can't question the prosecutor. Oh. I don't know. I've been thinking about this. I'm thinking, and it's like, I just don't see the conviction yet. I just don't see the conviction. So I'm very much at a loss. The silence is gold. Oh, I know, but it's like there's trying to figure out what's happening. It's just it's enough to make you want to, like, you do need to sit there and think, and you just have to like think this through, and you're like, okay, here's all the pieces, and you're just like, you know, just trying to take a step back, and you sit there and you're just listening. You're like trying to piece it all together in your head, and it's just not working. I just don't know. Jim says just call her trans and blow it all up. Yeah. That would be the kiss of death to the trial, and she would walk. It's like, you prosecute a trans person for this long? It's like, How dare you, Suz? How dare you? That guy says, "Is this shitbird for real?" Yes, maybe. Are you saying me or are you catching up? Hard to tell. What do you think of the judge so far? I like her a lot. Yeah, she's okay. She's okay. I mean, the best judge ever? No. I think the judge in Connecticut was pretty good, but you guys are saying here. I mean, overall, I mean, like, she's not bad. It's just coming back in the middle of trial and screwing with your evidence system is kind of dumb. I think it's probably not the best way to handle it. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've got like fuzz and shit all over me. The DA. Okay, yes. Well, the DA, yeah, he's what he is. Did anyone watch Daryl Brooks hearing the other day? Yeah, he pled out. We were going to cover that on Thursday. Yeah, he worked with his attorneys and entered a plea. So I don't think there's anything left holding him. I think that's it. I mean, let's see here. I use FedEx labels to remove her. Yeah. If I had a FedEx label printer, I would do that. My worry is some jurors will remember this is the "I hit him" statement. Well, yeah, look, I mean, that's a big fucking deal. Like, you can't ignore it. You can't ignore that. That is a massive, I'm not going to say it's a massive problem, but it's there and it's not going away anytime soon. It's not going away anytime soon. You have to address it. And it's one thing for the cops to say they didn't understand it, but those paramedics saying it is bad. That's a bad thing. Now, do they have some advantage? They can say, well, yeah, it was windy and really hard to hear. Wasn't it true, officer? Or was it a true paramedic, man? Well, yeah. But other than that, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do here? Now, yes, keep in mind, these are not vets, so they normally don't take care of dogs, and they a lot of times just leave them. But just trying to think here. What do we got? Did I just? Oh no! God, it froze up. Janice, Totally sub just got a new sub. I just want to say hey. Well, hello. Thank you for being here. I grew up in Brecksville, but live in Western New York now. Go Tribe. Well, hi. Well, Brecksville's out my way, but yeah. Yes, they are the Tribe, not the Guardians. The fact they haven't called Carrie Roberts yet leads me to believe she didn't hear that. Yeah, but I think they might be throwing that in later. I don't know. It's I can tell you this much. I don't think this has turned out the way the prosecution thought it would. I think overall they probably feel comfortable, but they're still okay. I think they still think they're okay. They're not panicking. They're not panicking yet. They're not even close. I'm sure the defense is happy this is turning out better probably than they anticipated. But then again, I'd be anticipating, scoring some runs and putting some points on the board. But, these guys seem a little cautious overall, and there's nothing wrong with that. Um, um, will Kerry take the stand? As of right now, no, there's no need for her to. There's no need. No, that's not necessary, I don't think right now. Because I mean, you don't have to announce it ahead of time. That's a big thing. You can keep that as a surprise. I think that would also change up how the prosecutor presents this case if they know she's testifying. Yes, there's the Dateline interview. Yes, that will be interesting how they could spin that. So, and yes, I know she spoke with everybody, so it's not like it's impressive, but nobody has like a 2024 interview from her. So it's gonna be curious to see what happens. Yeah, right now she doesn't have to explain anything, but she might have to. And that's a problem. She might have to explain herself at some point. Now, I don't think that's going to happen because I'm assuming these attorneys have read everything front to back, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily leave her alone otherwise. I mean, she is a teenager. So, oh. Sleuthy, hi, how are you doing, Sleuthy Goosey? Guys, if you haven't had a chance, subscribe to her over on YouTube, Sleuthy Goosey. That guy's wife is Carrie Roberts. Okay. The Iceman saying, I don't think this should have gone to trial and the prosecution is being exposed. Remember, though, when you guys are sneezing and it's getting contagious. So for the way that works is the prosecution has the standard of being able to prove this to a probable cause amount. So that's really low. That's far lower than, just a preponderance of the evidence. It's also way below clear and convincing. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. All right. Well, what does that's the bare minimum is they have to meet the probable cause. Now, generally speaking, they think they can do this, and I think they can. This is massive. This is big for them. I mean, it's not necessarily like for clout, but it's kind of for clout and funding and power and being able to get what you want at the state house. You're like, I stopped the Berkeley serial killer. There's that part of it, but I don't know if that's making any answer there, but I just don't know. Yeah, testimony so far has done absolutely nothing, but you never know what it's meant to do. We'll find out what those things were. That's probably going to come later. So, oh, Miss Hayes has just got any shenanigans today. No shenanigans today. Miss Manny saying, hi, everyone. Yeah, good to see you. This says, hey, Ignore the fact I just sit there. I mean, yeah, their opening was crap, but here's the thing. They don't have to be perfect. They could be really subpar and still meet the success burden. Even their closing could suck. The state should have to pay her defense fee if she's found not guilty. Yeah. Yes, Sleuthy, this was I thought I heard this, but I didn't want to rewind and kind of derail everything. Yeah, it almost sounds like she said she volunteered the glass in O'Keefe's hand was from there. It's like, how do you know that? Although you have to be careful because you have to be careful with that because it could be like, did anybody come over and like help you collect them and put them out? Nope, it's just me, and it could have been like the whole community doing it. Hmm. Sorry, here, just trying to think a little bit too. The yawning is excessive, yes. And hi, Miss Mandy, how you doing? Every bar uses the same glassware. I mean, yeah, kind of. I like the yawning. I don't. I don't. I'm like, it's weird. I'm like yawning, but I'm like ready to go and wired. Just my furnace won't come on. It's always something. It's like, it's nice out. I don't know where it is where you are, but wait, do I hear something? Hold on. No, no, didn't hear it. I'm yawning, but it's 5:30 in the morning. Mandy says the yawning is very distracting. My apologies, Mandy. Uh, I could have sworn I heard voices, but I know we're like 20 minutes early. I'm bouncing off the desk. No, I'm just trying to see how to listen. Well, it's like I can listen better because I'm like, sound bounces on within my soul. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. See me here, Virginia. Trump the air conditioner. Yeah. Eric says score, cocaine from Baldo. Um, there's no way they could tell he didn't go in. I mean, they could say it. Whether or not the jury believes it, though, is the issue. Your cell data is not accurate. Hold on. I'm reading something. Okay. Getting this, David, we'll focus on this real quick. The cell data is not accurate. We remember from the Michelle Chakunis trial, Cell data doesn't, like, you connect to the first tower that'll take you, not the tower that's closest. There's a lot of data that gets bumped around as part of its, loss migration. So this is it's your guys' fault. Could be a lax oxygen percentage in the room. Yeah. Hmm. Even the GPS cell data isn't accurate. The average is about 30 meters. Yeah, yeah, but the data here would be accurate enough to place them inside the home. I think that'd be the biggest thing. So if as they're saying they weren't sealed after they collected it. Yeah, guys, those bags should have been sealed. Now they're not sealed airtight, but you take that tape and you go over the top of the bag. If they went in, you peel the tape and you can reseal it, or you peel, like the officer who's messing with it can reseal later. But yeah, this is that's it's a big deal. What Albert said was accused of DUI homicide, and they only got 6 months. They were behind it. Nope. Nope. Did his cell phone show up on a home router? I've never heard that issue. I've never heard that issue. I've never heard that issue. All right, guys, we've got like 20 minutes to go. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back. So here, give me 1 second here. I'm gonna put this up. Actually, I don't have anything that'll work for a minute, so I'm just gonna step away, guys. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Ever been an eraser? No. No. All right, guys, so I'll be back in 1 minute. Sorry, chat. Also had to switch over some laundry. So my apology. My apology. Yeah. Put the peanut butter down to Clyde. No, sorry guys. Had to step away for that 1 minute. Not even a chair stream. Yeah, sorry guys. So, Kat, you're saying she's guilty. You know what? Real quick here, Kat, you're saying she's guilty. A lot of bits and pieces are coming together to make sense of her I hidden statements, and I don't disagree with you. I think really what it's going to come down to is probably this tail light more than anything. I think that's the thing. I think that's going to be the big thing here. And I think you know what? You're not crazy for making that assessment right now, because it could be guilty. It could be guilty because we are looking at things like this. You know, we've got we've got the let me see here. Where is okay, Karen Reed's they're still out there. Okay. Let me see here. I'm trying to find the thing we were looking at earlier. Okay. All right, here we go. And it's this thing. The actual image of the car. I think it's a bit of a problem for Karen. And it's it's not that's not that's missing. And if you crack that all open on the inside, it's gonna be silver, and there are the pictures of this whole thing. There's like the silver. Is that silver? Is it snow? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm sure the state will get to it, but I have a feeling they kind of fucked up some of the evidentiary concerns there. I went to go check on my trains. No, I had to go to the bathroom, then I had to switch over to laundry. We Lainey, our little white dog. We have all these like kind of rugs in front of like they're like little runners. And we have one in front of like our couch. We have one in front of our bed, and we have them in a couple spots of the house. Because these little guys, if you come out of the office where 2.0's office is, and they try to turn, there's like no traction for them. So they've got a bunch of them. We put a bunch of them down, and she peed everywhere, all over them. So we're having to wash them all. Yay! There's a super chat here though. Jeremiah Maddox for $50. Wow, thank you. Step it up. Says, here's a compounding my poor financial decisions. Just picked up a Jacob Gray TWC 9. Well, congratulations on that. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate the support. Those are sexy. You guys don't know. I can't show you. But a TWC is basically a double stack 1911 in 9mm. They are sexy. They're cool. For the staccato, well, not exactly, but you know what? I'd shoot one. I'd shoot one. And Jeremiah, may you get may you shoot a gajillion rounds through it. May you shoot a gajillion rounds. That's all I can say. Miss Mandy reacts as y'all are killing me here. Oh my god, I'm laughing so hard. Yeah, the fertilizer salesman, I had to go look for the computer. And yeah, she may not be convicted. We don't know yet, guys. Does this case meet the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt? As of right this second, no, but it's not supposed to. It's at the end of their case, that summation will. So as of right now, no. But remember, we got weeks of this. Go still. So we actually don't know what's going to happen. Yes, the little things are stacking up. Yeah, sure, they are. I don't disagree with you. Kind of like Nikolai Mew. It's the little things that get you. Like the little things that get you. New Cove Loop Cam dropped 45 minutes ago. We have a second. Did I alter my mic settings? Did I? Did I? Did I alter them? Did I alter them? I didn't think so. But yes, Jeremiah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Jeremiah, actually, let me know what you think of that when you shoot it. Let me know what you think of your TWC9. Because I was thinking, like, I might get something like that, or I might do one of the PSA cranks. One of those PSA cranks in like 5.56 sounds like a great idea. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like a lot of fun. Lisa C says sorry for typos. Don't worry about it. It's tired man voice. So Officer O'Keefe was beaten to death. The fact they didn't investigate the case to protect Brian Albert and Jen McCabe, among others, have you read the documents? Now, I haven't read the documents, but I've heard some of the issues there. I think there's a lot of problems with this case, and they didn't do it right. I think, yes, initially they probably were like, oh, we've got to protect people. And I think that's a big problem for them. They thought they had to protect things. I mean, that said, just kind of like that case down in Florida, there are times I think the police should be punished for their conduct by having cases dismissed. My noise filtering's whack. All right, hold on. Hold on. Well, all right, guys, I unplugged everything here. Let me know. Did that fix it? Chat. Hold on. You guys hear me? Test. Talk a bit more. Okay, I am talking. Can you hear me talk? This is me talking. Should fix it. It sounds better now. Sounds muffled. I don't know what happened. It's not really fixed. Might be a stream issue. Okay, fixed now. There it is. All right. Miss Manny, you say, I'm sorry. I think that Karen Reed was set up, which begs the question, how often this happened? You have every right. I as of right now, I don't think it's implausible to argue she was set up. The evidence certainly looks like it. Do I think that evidence is going to bear out that way? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. But no, how often does this happen? Well, I would say the setups is more just sloppy police work. A lot. I mean, we watch all these trials. There's tons of shitty police work out there. Tons and tons and tons of sloppy police work that's out there. So no, you don't have to apologize at all, Mandy. Don't. You never have to apologize on this channel. Nobody ever has to apologize. Except when it turns out that I'm right, then you have to apologize. The PSA AK-105s are pretty nice. Yeah, I've thought about that too. You think I have a short? If you use OBS to stream, there's a known audio issue. No. I use StreamYard. I tried doing OBS when I first started doing this, and I messed it all up. So Karen sealed her own fate when she didn't stay for the key party. Oh, no, 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 no. Am I still, you guys just saying I'm mute, muffled? Let me see, what do I sound like from my end here? Here's what if I sound, I guess I do sound a little muffled. Wow. What the heck happened? Yeah, I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Oh, the court background? All right, hold on. We'll switch over. Maybe a noise reduction filter. I don't have any filters or anything on now. I don't have a. It's a court in the background. Oh, okay. Well, there. We'll just mute him for now. Heard about a PSA 12 gauge? Yeah, it's probably some Turk roach thing. Oh. Let me see if we can bring that up there. Sounds much better. It's retarded. The OnlyFans is back. So guys, I did want to say if you guys aren't aware, I am an attorney. If you guys have other just like legal questions about stuff, other cases, things that are going on right now in the world, I can help, I can answer them the best I can. Don't feel like you just have to ask Karen Reed related stuff. If you have questions about what's going on with all these other cases out there, feel free to ask away. Be happy to talk about them. Sounds good. Am I speaking to the mic? Well, are you pressing attorney though? Yes, I am. When I talk across it, it gets all wonky. You mean like when I'm doing this instead of this? Okay. Is this a defamation case? No, sadly, this one's not either. Could Fannie? Yeah, the Trump case for the appeal of Fannie being removed as DA is going to the Court of Appeals for the state of Georgia. Now, it's interesting in Georgia when you appeal. Apparently, this type of appeal, everything can be litigated. So all the other stuff that's been denied or issues that Trump has, apparently, from reading one of the attorneys on Twitter who does a lot of Georgia practice, says like you get to bring up everything, which is really fucking weird. But hey. Apparently, you can do it. You can do it. What's going on with Bonnie and Trump? Well, I think that kind of answers it. Also, if you guys were not aware, Judge Cannon indefinitely suspended Trump's case down in Florida because it's just kind of a mess. And it's not ready to go. And wouldn't be ready to go by the end of this month. How does HIPAA privacy affect testimony from medical providers? Well, at that point, when you're doing, because remember, usually you'll get like, if it's the actual doctor doing work, you would get the family probably sign off on it. But the medical examiner is not a HIPAA person. They're not protected. Medical examiners work for the government, and HIPAA does not apply to the government. The government is exempt from HIPAA. So I enjoy the meme, but do you really think the anti-Semitic hate speech law could reach the New Testament? Yeah, it could. I mean, because it says in the New Testament that The Jews were like, yeah, crucify him, crucify him. Well, apparently you can't do that. Lisa C says, I'm sorry to have invaded your channel. What? I don't know why you feel like you have to apologize. But if you're an attorney, you're trying to cover a case, you should read the documents before covering, in my opinion. And I understand that. I appreciate that comment. But this isn't the only thing we've been looking at. We were looking at other trials before these ones started. And also, I like to come into these to an extent without knowing everything, because I do think it gives me a little bit better of a look at, like, how is this evidence being presented? Because right now we've got people left, right, and center saying, oh, well, this is good, this is bad. It's like, so far, other than their evidence handling, there's no massive get out of jail free card for Karen right now. I'm sure more is going to come up, but as of right now, that's kind of how that is. And personally, I try to avoid getting super, super duper read up on it, because the jury is not super read up on it. There are some basics about Karen Reed, I know, and I think that's a good place to start. But I think, that's the way I try to cover these. I try not to get too involved. But, you're welcome to have that opinion. Am I licensed, bonded by the city? No. Reed is defaming the other cops, obviously. Darby saying, are judges ever removed from office for frequently ruling incorrectly based upon appellate courts overturning? Typically, no. It's just, if you suck at your job, you suck at your job, and they would probably hope you get removed by election or you quit. Otherwise, no, you can get overturned a lot. I mean, the Ninth Circuit held the record for a while, getting overturned all the time by the Supreme Court, and they didn't care. You look at, like, what goes on, like, California with these gun cases that go to the Ninth Circuit all the time. They don't care. Luke said it wasn't suspended. Yeah, it's suspended. There literally is no new date set. It's indefinitely continued, which is basically like she suspended the trial. Stormy also got on the stand yesterday. Yeah, that was interesting. It was interesting to see what happened. I think Robert Gouveia is right. I think Trump's team let Judge Mercan. I think he only realized it partway through that he basically induced error in the trial, which having Stormy come in and testify serves no fucking purpose. That was there just to embarrass the president. So, sad thing is, that only may help after the fact. At what point do you think the Supreme Court will stop being cucked by states ignoring the Bruin decision? Remember, Abel, when it gets to, like, stuff like that, remember, like, even when the Civil Rights Acts passed and Brown versus Board of Education passed, you had states continuing to defy integration orders and, all these different racist things. And, like, after a while, it was like, well, private companies are being racist, not us. And for a long time, it's people saying, well, you did say we couldn't do this. And then they'd run around and do all the other things the Supreme Court never touched. So it's going to take a while. You're probably looking at 20, 30 years. Juror 13 says the government employee, I have to protect patient information. My crew has to get people to sign HIPAA forms. Yeah, you do have some basic patient privacy rights. Like, you guys can't just go out and disclose information. But when you guys get called to the stand and say, hey, what did you do to this person? You are allowed to talk about it. Just the same way the medical examiner is like, well, yeah, I cut them all apart and did all this stuff to them. Luke says, honestly, the more time you spend on a case pre-trial, the more likely you are to lie for clicks. Every law tuber has failed into this trap. Except me. I'll remain! Is this a misuse of money case? No. The jury doesn't read the motions. No, but they get what's in there. Karen Reed is a Boston 9.5. Oof. An IP2 streamer shot someone? Das Boot, send me some information on that. I want to hear about this. Yes, New York State wants to go to door and confiscate Glocks. I did see that. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. Also, guys, if you are new, we do a live show every Thursday night at 9:30. We get to hang out, talk about the events that occur during the week. We got a bunch of stuff already to talk about. Kind of some fun stuff. So in Colorado, the assault weapons ban is dead. Karen Reed, obviously, we'll kind of cover that a little bit. There is a prosecutor's office in Florida that is getting investigated by the DOJ for having racist plea bargains. Literally, like they admit they're doing it based on your ethnicity and skin color in one of their cheat sheets they gave to new hires. Like literally. And it says like if they have a certain amount of record or they're Hispanic, make a plea out to something. Like it's bad. It's not good. Joe Brooks from the Waukesha Parade incident. He pled out to his case this week. A U.S. soldier, for some reason, decided to go to Russia and got arrested. It's not looking good for him. There's a Richard Allen update, and I'm still populating what we're going to talk about coming up. So give it some time. But that's kind of like a little sneak preview of the stuff we're going to talk about on Thursday night. That's at 9:30. It's a lot of fun, guys. Usually goes about 2 hours. I highly recommend it. I remain blissfully uninformed, kind of. John says, are former judges to go back to being a lawyer laughed at? No. I mean, sometimes you lose elections, sometimes you resign and you want to go back to it. Being a judge wasn't for you. I mean, it happens. Luke's saying, honestly, I think that's true. Which part? Ten gave just illegally, I might add. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about here. And the cheat sheet is old news. It's not that old, Luke. It blew up all over Twitter. And the DOJ is now looking at it. You need to send me that because I can't find it and I didn't find shit there on it. I can't find any damn things about it. I appreciate it if you know because I can't find it. You being the last YouTuber remaining on not bullshitting takes for clicks. Yeah, I know. That's the only reason why I also don't have time sub 20,000 subs. That's also the other reason why. You saw this like last year? Well, the DOJ's looking now, so. Oh, Robert, we have other things to cover. One of them's going to be the Vince. Vince responded. Yes! He responded in his lawsuit to Janelle. He's like, she's a dirty girl. So. Yes, I said hit the like button. Yes! More like buttons. Diddy's getting sent to Ukraine. That would be funny. He could blend in over there. Panzer Dude, I think he's saying sometimes people get sucked into it and get a little impartial at times. But I don't know. I won't speak for him too much. Panzer Dude says, Suka bliat. Yes. Ukraine's not fond of black people. Yeah, but I'm betting they'd be okay with Diddy. He's P. Diddy, man. How could you not want him on your... And it's 2:10, chat, and we're still waiting. Shridio for $5 says, how dare you say none of the other law tubers are truthful? Nikki has never lied. Jesus Christ. Okay, Nick is a island unto himself, but no. I have nothing but respect for the rest of Law Tube. Those guys are great. They're better. They're great. They're very smart, and they're better at I am than the show business thing because, like I said, numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Hold on here, guys. Where is... I'm actually concerned. Where is the numbers absolutely lie? Yeah, to an extent. Oh. Yeah, where is... Hold on here. Make sure we got the sound up. Is it... Well, I guess we'll listen to Celine Dion do her special right now. So, all right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, I hear stirring, so I'll be very quick. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Emily Baker used to be a prosecutor. Yes. Yes. Emily Baker used to be a prosecutor in Los Angeles County. Doing the big time shit. So I would say if you want somebody who's had a been there, done that take, doing it on the big side of stuff, you know, in the big city, she's definitely great for that. You know, she has that career, you know, she's got a long career. I mean, she's practiced longer than I have. So yeah, I think she's got I generally don't I might disagree on a position, but I don't disagree with the reasoning. Oh, cool. So she knows him. Neat.
Just be mindful to step up and sit right down. And again, you've been previously on.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon again, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe you testified that you knew John O'Keefe as a prior customer in the bar, correct?
Correct.
And that particular night, John appeared to be in a good mood. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10. That'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
Let me just have a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
No redirect, John.
All right, Ms. Treyas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I approach council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it, so yes, please,
That's right
thank
here.
you.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, thanks. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kolokeithis to the stand.
Okay.
Sounds like a great guy.
Tori, thank you. Thank you.
I'll answer this later, but I don't think there is.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Nicholas Kolokeithis, Kolokeithas,
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived in Canton?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My wife and 2 children,
What is your wife's name?
Karina,
And your 2
Oh, yeah, they're
children,
Greek.
How old are they?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing as an
27 years.
attorney? And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
And, were you working in the office or remotely? Or
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game, if you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity.
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games that evening?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game, as far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game in Canton?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically,
Yes.
names, the McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team.
Yes.
And as far as That particular, is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
One?
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from there?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game, who, if anyone else went?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how was that was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, or phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to Waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall shares a parking lot with other establishments and I believe condos, so I parked in the back.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9-ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents besides yourself and the McCabe's went to the waterfall that night?
So walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name, I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those people? Or did you know any of those people?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through the McCabe's, through Jen.
And the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well?
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs., what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
How long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife Karina arrive?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is that?
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or the second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side, so I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference to?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or aware of that came into the bar?
Yes.
And about what time was it?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was that?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that date?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you describe just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the identified witness.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how did you know John O'Keefe?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her? When was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see them?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids?
Yes.
Now, as far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the water?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with the clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe it?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall?
Jeez, that's a lot.
It was fairly loud.
Damn.
Now, towards the end of the night, what if any discussion
Yes.
did you observe or were you a
Are you
part of
familiar
as
with
far
butt
as sort of
chugging, sir?
anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, eight, almost 10-foot table. And most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&E's, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to what?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group that night?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the
I'm
of the
convinced
owners, if
these
not the
guys are
owner of
swingers
D&E.
now.
And as far as going to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group had sort of mentioned that or was talking about it?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
To all the parents,
And,
more swinging on a
yourself
playground.
And your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that
Yes.
We did not.
Oh, liar.
night? And at
Liar.
some point, you left, you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like the blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned, that you and Mr. McKay
kinda
were
weird.
sort of the last to leave from the group. Do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
Mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing with?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53, the surveillance video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53 up on the screen, and specifically if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m. when it gets to 10:59, if you could just pause. Thank you. So, Mr. Kolokithis, what's up on the screen? As
Oh my gosh.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of Waterfall Bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this video?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are in this.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see it?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Let's see here, Chad. Let's see where this goes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokithis.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokithis, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at
It,
Pete's house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
Let's see what this is about. Boop. Well, I mean, this guy sounds like he might have something he's getting to, but he's going through all the boring stuff. But it wasn't just Boston police. It was like everybody going to party over on Fairview Road. Where convict says, Sean, told you there was a swingers party. I've been invited to come to many of them. I only went to the lesbians one, though. I was the cameraman and director. No idea why. Yeah, I don't know why either. Yes, Joe is about to become involved in some pretty cool stuff. Good Logic is doing great. And is there actual beef with me and Nick? No. Just things I disagree with on very vehemently.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
With regard to the last question I asked, you recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes,
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolakithis, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Miss Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children?
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
Handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6?
if that,
Over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned, toward 2022, when you socialized with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal and loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seemed like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Did you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any
But no,
toxicity in
it's-
the relationship or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
No,
Not to
nobody
my
said
knowledge,
that
not
so
at all.
far. This is just all just newstastic now. I thought there was going to be a bombshell,
Matter
but
of
there's
fact,
no bombshell.
you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the foursome, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, other than my wife, I mean, force of.
That's a good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier,
Yes, I did.
and you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could, specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point, did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
That's it.
Were you aware
That
of the
doesn't mean-
time frame of those?
That doesn't mean anything.
Next week,
Yeah,
next
the
month,
jurors heard
next
it.
year.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Oh, Lally doesn't like
Jurors,
this.
feel free to stand up and stretch.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, yeah, that was barely hearsay. We're on YouTube, not locals. I don't get the joke there, but yeah, 433 people watching, guys. Thank you for being here. Do you see him give her? Oh my God. Oh, I forgot to fix this. The Aruba vacations. I mean, that beep is something inside the court. I don't know what it is exactly, but yes, it is. It's annoying. It's annoying. It is very, very annoying.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. There was nothing eventful at the bar, while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
You had something to live up to.
Yes, that's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Sparring with one another?
not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Kolakithis, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
So if you're going to talk about it, talk it sidebar.
not.
Okay, so,
This is the clip ending in 5959, because there's several clips in
Okay.
53. We can have that up. With the court's permission, I'd like to display this to the jury at runtime 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
all right, so what exhibit is this?
This is 53, and it's clip ending in 5959. May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolakithis, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Where's the shadow boxing?
Okay, if we could pause.
I didn't see
I
any
just
shadow
wanted to
boxing.
play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I I was there that night.
I guess my question is, do you recognize this as being a surveillance video from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are toward the top. This, you have that green one? One more time. There we go. Okay. If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, can you name the folks that we're seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask that the video be paused momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you pause it? Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So
It's
you're
hard to-
squinting. Are you having difficulty?
Yes,
seeing
I
this?
am having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit or?
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting a shake of the head.
My eyes are not good. I can tell you that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the court's permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
Okay. They would play it forward, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pause it. I asked you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection, but come on up.
Oh, so can you guys see like some? It looks like they're talking about like the play fighting or shadow boxing. Am I blind? I didn't really. Oh, I see now. I see it now. Yeah, are they fighting really though? Like that was kind of hard to see for a second there. Now I see what they're talking about. Yeah. Okay. So they're fucking around.
Pause it.
Are they fucking around or squaring off?
I've asked you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen.
There you go.
in the
I
foreground.
thought when they were talking about it was way up here in the top. I didn't notice these guys until we have gone through it now. But yeah, I wonder, are they fighting or squaring off, do you think? Yeah, they're goofing around. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, I think they're playing. That's how I look at it. So I that's where I'm kind of like, it's a bro down, yeah. That was a decent push, yeah, but you still fucking shove off and you know, like, they weren't like getting ready to fucking throw, I don't think. They're giving each other Irish sunglasses. Yeah, I mean, they're not Donnybrooking each other, I can tell you that much. And that's how I'm looking at it. When someone's teeth get knocked out, it's not a fight, yeah.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another question, and if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. Do you see the person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward? Pause. Just go keep this. Do you recall engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation? The two men, their backs facing to us.
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but yep.
Do you recall ever being introduced to those two gentlemen?
Yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which? Left and right.
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
And they're big guys. They're not jacked, they're just huge. They're deciding who gets this guy's wife first, yeah. Yeah, this makes it a bit more relevant. They started making out between sips of Bud Light. Yes. They look 5'6". That's compression from the camera, but they're short kings still regardless. Yes. And they are crushed by they're crushed by a huge freaking guy. But it's just one guy with 6 guns.
Mr. Kolakithis, can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize any person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip be played. Mr. Kolakithis, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move,
because it probably happened like that in real life. I mean, and everybody's been drinking, and like boom, it's done.
With the court's permission.
Okay.
Your Honor, when we play 16:36. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
Doesn't play. Pause it. Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Play it. Pause. And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen, do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction? Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm going to play that for a second.
Did somebody just fart?
And let's pause. With that, I would ask you who this individual is with the fur coat.
My wife.
Lining on the coat?
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way.
Thank you.
Away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this witness, Sean.
All right.
Oh, if I can have just a moment. I'm sorry.
So YSL judge maybe.
I'm gonna get that in, 1636. I'm fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr.
right, I
Lally,
do
any
remember.
follow-up?
I do remember he came to the police department.
Mr.
shortly after all
Kolakithis.
this, which is weird.
As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not
that's
sure.
fair to
Are you
get.
asking me if I knew something about their relationship I would share with my wife or vice versa?
So what I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
Which part?
The whatever that was between two individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself, within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
I'm not sure what they're going to be approaching briefly about right now, but yeah, so yeah, this is the yes, we saw Brian show up at the police department later, which now we got the issue of these guys getting all liquored up, and then what's he doing driving around and doing things? So yeah, what the hell are they doing? So what the heck? Sorry guys, I filed something. I'm trying to where the heck did it go? Sorry, trying to upload this. All right, sorry guys. Sorry, the thing was just kicking my ass.
Mr. Kolakithis, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote.
Mm-hmm.
You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Kolakithis, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Karina Kolakithis to the stand.
Okay.
Oh my God! Really? What is she gonna say? The women were kvetching with each other, and they know, like, she knew something that the husband didn't know. It's just obnoxious.
Can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Karina Kolokithas, Kolokithas.
And where is it that you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
We lived in Canton for about 13 years. 21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canada?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
Yeah,
And,
cops in the
how many
bars get
daughters,
lit, man.
I have 2,
And about how old are they?
18 and 16.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do work.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
Pharmacist.
Your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and January 29th of 2022, recall those days?
I do.
And do you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there, so I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport?
It's basketball.
Was that your older daughter or younger daughter that was on that?
My older daughter played on that team.
And so at some point there was a game for the varsity girls basketball team.
That's correct.
And where was that game that night?
At Canton High,
And do you recall who they played?
they played Foxborough.
And do you recall when the game was?
You mean time?
Yes.
6:30.
And so you mentioned that you went to the Canton Junction for about an hour. So about what time did you get to the Canton Junction?
I believe I got there around 6. I'm not sure.
And following the Canton Junction, where did you go from?
Went to Canton High to watch my daughter play.
And within sort of the stands at a Canton High girls varsity basketball game, were there certain people that you would typically sort of sit with when you watch the game?
We would just sit with whoever we knew. Usually it was the parents of the girls that played on the varsity team.
And who were some of those?
Oh.
Some of them were the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, people like that.
And the McCabe's, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long had you and your family known the McCabe's?
I think we've known them for about 9 years or so.
And did they have a, excuse me, a daughter on the team as well?
They did.
And so you arrived to the game, as far as your husband was concerned, did you observe him there?
He was there already.
And where did you go to sit?
I went in I don't exactly remember where I went to sit in the vicinity of my husband and those parents.
And following that game, where did you go from there?
So after the game, we went, usually at the end of the game, you'd go down, talk to the players, congratulate them, and then I told everybody I was going home.
And did you in fact go home?
I did go home.
And after you arrived home, what, if anything, happened?
I started getting text messages from my husband, and he said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and I should go.
And what, if any, hesitation did you have about that?
I was tired. I worked all day. Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing out of my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out, you don't do anything. Dad's by himself, you should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
And so based on that, you decided to go?
I did, reluctantly. Sorry, reluctantly I went, yes.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF, I'm sorry, I went to the waterfall, sorry. a little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you had been before?
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located in the town of Canton?
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
And so obviously your husband was already there. You took separate cars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the water?
I believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30 at night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
And when you arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the waterfall?
So I walked into the waterfall, and there, pretty much, I didn't know anybody except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of when you walk in the door, the people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door, where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they were at the back of the high top tables.
And if I was standing sort of at the doorway of the waterfall, the entrance way in, and facing those high top tables, which side were your husband and the McCabe's on from that aspect?
On the right. I believe the band was playing if you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the, like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band that was playing that night, fair to say, it was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there, yes.
Were you looking forward to
And
these two
as
big
far
men
as,
blowing your back out?
Obviously, you're at a bar, people are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me off for days. So I chose water.
Now, as far as that high top table that you went to with your husband and the McCabe's, were there other people at that table?
There were other people there.
And did you know or recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them, maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or stayed towards that end of the table?
That is correct. I talked to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as sort of the overall sort of demeanor within the bar that night and within the group that you were at the high top table with, how would you describe it?
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody at any time that you saw throughout the entire time you were there?
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear who we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article with clothing?
She's sitting right there.
That's a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece and my younger daughter were friends.
Were friends, are friends?
They are friends.
And about how long had you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms.
Reed? I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at Jen McCabe's house.
And if you know about when was that in reference to his date of January 28th, 2020?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McCabe's house.
That is correct.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship between either yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, or yourself and who did you know better, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I knew Mr. O'Keefe better. We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So he was a great guy. We saw him all the time.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been, no.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, came, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fian. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about what he was wearing?
I believe he was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, some kind of top.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of a jacket or anything like that with him at any time that you saw him that night?
I don't remember a jacket. I remember like some kind of light shirt or something, like a light hoodie-ish kind of. I don't remember a jacket.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about the condition of it? Were there any sort of tears or disheveled to?
He looked fine. Nothing about his clothing stood out to me.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again?
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them that evening at the bar?
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described at any point in time?
No, everybody was having a great time.
Now, with regard to sort of where you were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was he closer to your end or where was he located?
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that Karen stayed with me. And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people.
Yes.
And Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table? Who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was Jen McCabe.
So
the three of us.
When Ms. Reed comes and joins, is essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
And that first sort of initial conversation between the defendant and Ms. McCabe, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did not. It was loud. I don't know what they were talking about.
Now, as far as obviously you're at a bar and people are drinking, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe to be drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking that night?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with a clear liquid in it?
Correct.
Now, as far as through any conversation that you had with either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the waterfall?
So they had come from across the street.
And what is across the street?
From the bar, I think, so it was CF McCarthy's.
And so as far as the conversation that you, had, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Ms. McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just to...
It was the three of us.
The three of you are talking. Okay. And with respect, to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John.
So she spoke about your kids?
About my daughter, yeah.
A little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She did. She always had a way of like saying, I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
And then after she talked a little bit about that, what, if anything else, did she talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more, because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything, else did she say about that in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that, that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would you say it was that you left from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear or were you a part of as far as anybody talking about where to go next?
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happens to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group like, hey, let's go there. And he said no.
And what, if anything, did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say in reference to going to the...
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more than once?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember like at this moment, but.
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
Say that, could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to that particular point?
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
That's my question.
Yes.
Now, other than that, what, if any, other discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to go after the war?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview. I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And did either yourself or your husband take anyone up on the invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, there's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home.
And just to be clear, by him, you mean your husband?
My husband, yeah.
And around the time of midnight or so when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or
No, like joking around, like, "Hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and then Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise." Like, it was like something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band like clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meaning the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
Not with us, no.
now at some points you get outside of the waterfall, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen." And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near to some sort of vehicle?
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or a black SUV prior to that date?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle did you observe Karen walking to?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, like, I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't see anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you, or the opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
So you were facing away from the waterfall, they were facing towards the waterfall, is that right?
They were just like, we were in different directions. So I was like, it's hard to explain, but they were facing, like I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you got in your car when you left, is that correct?
That is correct.
And around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing. You could see the street still.
So you could still sort of see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
With the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just what's been marked as Exhibit 53, just a couple of portions of that on the screen for this witness.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'd ask first for the second video from Channel 3. And again, if I could ask for approximately 10:59. And if you could just get the closet there. So Ms. Kolokithis, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the waterfall.
And is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Now, before you, ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on.
I mean, guys, I am.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
This is
So
just.
from this video,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
First of all, as far as people,
Chat, I apologize for how grindingly slow this is.
in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard to see, but it's you want me to point?
If you recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention to
So-
that person and explain who that is.
Oh, sorry. That, I believe, is my husband with that. Maybe, I'm not sure.
So if you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now, Mrs. Kolokithis, just from up on this video, you recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of January
Yes,
28th?
the high top, yeah.
And if you could just direct the jury's attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking to Ms. McCabe and the defense?
So, like, if we're pointing to here, I'd be on that side, like the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
And the area where the band was, if you could.
The band is here, like, that's what I meant, the left, yeah, on the front.
And if you know the front door area, sort of where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m.
I mean, like, what are we?
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, and with the court's permission, I would ask for.
I'm losing it. I've lost the plot. The plot is gone, Chad. I'm no longer plotted.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to
I am plotted
12:09
out.
50 seconds. Thank you. Again, Mrs. Kolokithis, you recognize what's up on the screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier
So
to
now
see things?
I can recognize a few more people.
And so from what you can see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay, so that's me right there. And then my husband is right there, Nicholas. And I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. And I can't tell because of the barcode up there. who that
With
is.
the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this.
Oh, I see John too.
Okay.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
And I see John. John's right there.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this point till 12:11 and 4 seconds.
Come on. Oh. Can the judge go, you have 10 more? Oh, she could definitely do that.
Gentlemen, if you could pause it right there. Now, as far as this for the record, we're at 12, 10, and 38. You see sort of 3 individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, with that laser pointer, if you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay, so that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. You can pause that, Ms. Gilman. Now there's another individual sort of making their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe, yes.
Exiting from the water.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the last 2 seconds. Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, but from channel 1. And the 3rd video down on channel 1. If I could ask you to fast forward to about 12:11. Essentially, what I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could play this from 12:11 and 0 to 12:11 and 25 seconds. But I'm sorry, first, if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second. And I know it's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag blew in front of the camera, do you recognize what's depicted up there?
Can you repeat the question,
What's
please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's the exit to the waterfall?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could. If you could pause right there. Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame. Do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time where you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
If you could, just with reference to the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? Where you had parked and where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking to?
So, okay. Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where where you see the cars, and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street?
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way.
Okay.
And then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through the 25 seconds. You could pause there. Do you see an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person is?
I believe it's Jennifer.
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe?
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the last one. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this one, Mr. Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
You and I have never met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Never.
We've certainly never interviewed
Nope.
together.
Never.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your
Yes.
attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you're questioning by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children,
Yes.
and that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together,
Yes.
and she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later, they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cole, anything?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So, Mrs. Kolakithis, with reference to your relationship with John O'Keefe, as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you didn't have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to relationship or trips or anything like that?
Not that night. No.
And as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe is, do you have any sort of discussions at any point in time about sort of his relationship with Miss Reed or anything going on in that relationship?
He didn't tell me personal things. No.
You didn't have that type of relationship, correct?
Correct.
In this time out on January 28th, that was the first time that you had been out socially with the defendant, Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what went on behind sort of closed doors at their home
I'm
or
still
anything like
here.
that, you didn't know anything about it?
I did not know.
Nothing further.
I have one question,
is
Your Honor,
just-
if I may. But what you did observe between the two of them that night, to use your words, they were lovey-dovey.
They were.
So why would she kill him?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's quarter of. Why don't I see counsel for just a minute? Jurors, feel free to stand.
Boop. Beep. Beep. Boop. 397 people watching, guys. Please, if you do enjoy this, please give me a like if you enjoy it. It'll get this in front of more faces. I mean, that last question, those last 3 questions were helpful. So they were all lovey-dovey. They weren't angry, and she wasn't stewing, which is usually the case when they kill their spouse.
And it makes sense to let you go a little early. and we'll start fresh tomorrow. Okay, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. So we'll see you tomorrow night.
Jurors, closing your notebooks and leaving them on the chairs. Gather your belongings. Follow me. All rise, jury out, please.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I like how it told us we're done. All right, chat, that's it. That is it. Day 7 in the books. On the positive side, tomorrow morning, I will be here for day 8. I'm going to have to leave pretty much right after it's over, but I will be here for till 1 o'clock. State really knocked it out of the park today, yeah. So the programming note for tomorrow is we'll be doing it live. And then the programming note for Friday is, just want to make sure I can see that. Well, actually, we'll only be able to do part of Friday live. Because I have a bench trial on Friday, and it looks like it's still going to happen. So, trying to see if I can take care of that. But yeah, tomorrow's a half day in court. So, yeah, this trial's going to take forever. So, yeah, let's just see where we are. If I missed anything here. Creed wanted me to say, remember, Brian Higgins came to the Canton Police Department an hour and a half after this. Yeah, after he'd been drinking. And I hope he's on the witness list because I'd love to hear, like, what are you coming to do? I'm also disappointed those kids lost and they got pizza. So, or the parents are like, we need to go have pizza and go swing. Start over. I want to feel the pain again. Benjamin says, whatever you do, don't nick up your bench trial. Oh, no, I'll be there. I'm going to be there and do my fucking thing. I got that thing on me. I'll be all right. Don't you worry. Should worry about that, baby. It's all good. Yeah, leave the looser kids at home. Yes, bakers work more than this. I agree. Yeah, what's there to discuss really at this point? Not a whole lot. Not a lot to discuss. So, yeah, I mean, this was just kind of garbage tonight. It's the Howard Stern show hours. Yeah, pretty much, guys. Like I said, I'd love to tell you there's more to this, but it's kind of what it is. There ain't anything here. So, all right, guys, I am going to go outside and mow my yard. So I have to finish it up because we thought it was going to rain yesterday. So I'm going to go finish mowing my yard. And tonight, there's a show that was talking to me about possibly having me on tonight. I don't know if they're still looking to do it or not. If they aren't, we'll be on, and I don't know what we'll talk about. Maybe we'll talk about what happened to Richard Allen. We'll figure something out, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, that's really it. Guys, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we will be there. Yeah, I'm going to go touch some grass. All kinds of grass. A ride or a push mower? No, a push mower. I need to walk. So, The Victoria's Secret thief, yeah, we'll do that coming up. Yeah, you guys are all welcome. Thank you for being here. Like I said, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we will be right back at it. So thank you guys all for being here. And just remember, even if Karen Reed did it, I still don't think she's guilty. So, good night, chat. We'll be on later tonight, I think. I just don't know when. So, take care, everybody. Have a great night.
Potentially criminal show. Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy that Kate yelled at? Why, yes it was, he even knows he's fat. For all this fun and more, there's one place to go, here on Sean Martin's Potentially Criminal Show. Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the